whenever I'm in the area of Arnhem, I used to come to this place here and to have a look. And this affects me much more.
The laddie beside me suddenly disappeared, and when I looked round, he was lying on his back with a hole through the middle of his head.
The feeling was there, we're doomed.
It was ambitious and it was a risk, but it was worth it.
It was the last German victory.
Cassino, Normandy, El Alamein, among the most epic conflicts of all time. The Ardennes, Dunkirk. In World War II Revisited, we go back with the soldiers who fought on both sides of those battles. Men who 60 years ago were implacable enemies meet now, sometimes for the first time, at the scenes of some of the most crucial battles of the Second World War. In this program, a Polish veteran and an old German soldier come face to face in the Dutch town of Arnhem, where so many died in the disastrous battle during September 1944, but where they survived.
I told you that I have been in Russia.
Yes, of course.
And here, this fight in Arnhem was a very intensive one. It was lasting from the morning till to the next morning.
Yes.
Always fighting, even through the night.
Yes.
This is the scene of one of the most infamous and controversial military operations of the Second World War. Here, at Arnhem in Holland, a bold attempt was made by the Allies to finish the war early by combining a ground offensive with the biggest landing of airborne troops ever seen. The operation failed, not only because crucial errors were made at the planning stage, but also because vital intelligence that warned of the strength of the German forces in the area was ignored. As a result, some 8,000 Allied troops were killed, wounded, or captured during the doomed operation. In the late summer of 1944, Germany was in full retreat on the Western Front. Normandy had been conquered, Paris had been liberated, and Hitler's downfall seemed certain. But by early September, because of strong German resistance along the Reich's western frontier, the famous Siegfried Line, the Allied offensive had stalled. A plan was now needed to break the deadlock, and Field Marshal Montgomery believed he had the best solution. His radical strategy called for a British corps of troops to sweep upwards from the Dutch border into occupied territory just west of the Siegfried Line, bypassing the so-called West Wall. They could then turn right to attack the heartland of Germany itself. Montgomery planned that 3 further divisions would support the troops fighting on the ground. These would arrive simultaneously from the air and secure a corridor through which the ground corps could advance in safety. This airborne attack by almost 35,000 men would be named Operation Market. At the same time, Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks would lead his 30 Corps north in an operation that would be codenamed Garden. The entire ambitious enterprise was therefore codenamed Operation Market Garden. If Montgomery's bold strategy did succeed, a speedy end to the war was in sight, perhaps even by Christmas 1944. Despite the doubts and disagreements amongst senior Allied figures, the lure of the final prize proved too great to resist, and the Supreme Commander of Allied Forces, General Eisenhower, approved Montgomery's plan on September the 10th. On that same day, the British Armoured Guards Division captured this canal bridge near to the Belgium-Holland border. Known as Joe's Bridge, it would be the starting point for Market Garden just 7 days later. The bridges within the land corridor were the key to Market Garden. The task of capturing these 5 strategically vital targets was given to the 3 airborne divisions. The American 101st Airborne Division's mission was to take the Wilhelmina and Zuid-Willemsvaart canal bridges. Further north, the 82nd Airborne Division were to seize the river bridges at Grave and at Nijmegen. The final bridge would be the responsibility of Major General Roy Urquhart and the newly formed 1st Airborne Corps. Their target was the bridge at Arnhem. Since their success on D-Day, British airborne troops had been eager to get back into action, but the rapid advances by Allied ground forces had put a halt to all subsequent missions so far.
Sometimes we got to the stage of some being in the air. We certainly all got to the stage where we were on the drone ready to get into a glider. It was cancelled. So when Arnhem turned up, we said, hooray.
I think everyone was quite happy and very, very confident, overconfident, possibly going in.
The flaws in the battle plan that had so concerned some of the Allied commanders were to have fatal consequences. A shortage of transport aircraft meant that the 1st Airborne Corps were to be deployed over 3 successive days, taking away completely the crucial element of surprise. Another potential problem was the proposed landing site, which was 8 miles away from the objective.
First of all, the airmen would not take us close to the bridge because of flak. Intelligence reports said the flak was pretty heavy. They also didn't want to land gliders in the polar fields around the bridge because they said it was unsuitable. And so we had to go for places where gliders could land. And parachutists, you didn't want to land them in the middle of woods. You didn't want the gliders to land in woods. And so we were 8 to 10 miles out.
General Sosabowski, our commanding, said that the air operation, the parachute operation, is not like buying something for installments. It must be done unexpectedly and, of course, in force, concentrated, dropped straight on the target, and not having to, in our case, we had to march about 4.5 to 5 miles after we landed.
Morale actually was high, and most men, I think, were optimistic. Wise heads, I had one older soldier in my own signal unit who said to me quietly, "We are for it this time."
On the 16th and 17th of September, more than 1,000 Allied aircraft bombed the German defences in Holland in preparation for the attack. Meanwhile, back in England, 22 airfields were a frenzy of activity as the American and British troops bound for Arnhem boarded their planes and gliders. At 9:30 a.m. on Sunday the 17th of September, the greatest airborne armada of the Second World War, took off. Nearly 60 years on from these momentous events, we took Alan Makovac, who was the artillery liaison officer in the Polish brigade, back to the battlefield to meet Siegfried Geiser, a former German tank commander. They met outside the Hartenstein Hotel in Oesterbeek, now an airborne museum, but which served as British 1st Airborne Division's headquarters during the battle.
Oh, hello.
So, hello, Alan. Nice
How
to
are
meet you. Fine.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm very happy that we didn't kill each other.
Well,
Yeah.
ditto, ditto.
Yeah.
And
We
I
both
visit,
entered into the
thanks
battle
to George
on the
Rodriguez
18th
from
of
USA,
September.
who lives
This
at,
was the second day of the Battle of
New Orleans
Arnhem.
in Louisiana.
He came here with a glider and me on a tank.
One of the emotions as you were in the air when you looked at the line, a beautiful group of gliders, hundreds of them. It was a wonderful scene.
For the Allies, the operation began well, as in the early afternoon, the gliders began to land and the paratroopers began to descend into their strategic drop zones. Ants Kramer was just 12 years old when she witnessed this remarkable sight from the garden of her parents' house in Oesterbeek, 3 miles west of Arnhem.
All of a sudden we saw the parachutists coming down. That's a lovely sight. It was some villages away, but we could see it over the top of the trees, and the colors of the parachutes and the sunshine. And so all of a sudden it was one big feast. We were going to be free and the British were coming.
The people here from the houses along this road or wherever we moved, they were coming out with flowers, they were coming out with a cup of tea and sandwiches and giving out some refreshments.
Because the war is over now.
Well,
the British
exactly.
are here, the war is over.
Absolutely, yeah, quite right, yes.
I landed with the rest of the gliders on the first day. I landed exactly where I was supposed to land, and that was beside the lunatic asylum.
There were distressing scenes when the asylum near Wolfhetze was hit by Allied bombs, and a number of the bewildered inmates wandered out of its ruins.
These unfortunate inmates followed us for a considerable distance. You know, their appearance on camp, uncoordinated in their appearance, laughing, joking, making funny gestures. Incidentally, I could hear our battalion comedian, a very good soldier named Jock Greer, and I could hear him behind me making a good, strong, logical case that they were the wise men and we were the idiots.
At 2 p.m. on the 17th of September, Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks ordered an enormous artillery barrage at Joe's Bridge. At 2:35, the tanks of the Armoured Guards Division, supported by infantry, began their perilous 60-mile journey north towards Arnhem Bridge. Ahead of them, the American troops of 101st Airborne Division were quickly into action, capturing the Zuid-Willemsvaart Canal Bridge and forcing the Germans to demolish the nearby Wilhelmina Bridge at Sons. Meanwhile, 82nd Airborne captured the Grave Road Bridge and now were preparing to take the giant bridge over the Waal at Nijmegen. However, further north still, near Arnhem, the British 1st Airborne Division learned of the loss of several gliders that had contained precious motor vehicles. This would slow their advance towards Arnhem Bridge. To add to their troubles, it was discovered that there were serious faults with the radio equipment.
Mine did work. Mine worked on the DSZ, reporting when we were ready to move off. It worked several times the next day, and after that, fruitless, it was out.
Right at the last minute, an American team was brought in with us with a wireless suitable for calling for air support. And it wasn't until midnight that they'd seen their sets for the first time. They didn't know them. And sadly, they didn't work the other end. They got damaged. And so we had no communications for air support.
Everything was very unfortunate, even the choice of the wave band. And the one we were on was so close to a high-powered local German station that you could barely discern.
This is the Hartenstein Hotel in Oosterbeek, just 3 miles west of Arnhem Bridge. Hurriedly abandoned by Field Marshal Walter Model when the Allies landed, it became the headquarters of the 1st Airborne Division until September the 25th. Here, the British commanders found the true nature of the task before them. Arnhem was not as lightly defended as had been promised. Just a few miles to the north and east of the Arnhem area were the battle-hardened troops of the 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions. Dutch intelligence had warned the British that panzers were situated in the Arnhem region, but their warnings were ignored, with dreadful consequences for the British troops. Within 3 hours of the British landings, the Germans had their defensive strategy in place. The 9th Panzer Division was sent towards Arnhem, and the 10th towards Nijmegen. Troops already in the Arnhem area were put on full battle alert, and reinforcements were being brought in from other parts of the Netherlands. Among these was Siegfried Geiser's tank unit.
We were stationed at the airport of Delft. This was a small airport at that time, where we reached the message that there was an airborne landing in Arnhem. And the same night, we drove with our tanks from Delft to Arnhem.
Completely unaware of the true strength of their enemy, the 1st Parachute Brigade set off towards Arnhem Bridge just before 4 o'clock. In command was Brigadier Lathbury, with his divisional commander, Roy Urquhart. 3 battalions of the Parachute Regiment took 3 separate routes, and it was vital that they advanced at high speed. North of Wolfhetze, 1st Battalion soon discovered the true strength of the German defences. Faced with a hail of shot and shell, they were forced to halt in nearby woods. There was no chance of them reaching the bridge that day. To the south, the 3rd Battalion also met fierce German fire, and it too was forced to halt, although they did kill Arnhem's German commandant, General Kusen. Alan Makovac remembers walking past this very scene.
We found a German car stationed just about maybe 15-20 yards from this road here, that we can see the cars now going now. And there it was, the driver killed, and also we recognized the officer who was in the car with the legs still in, but he was lying already, his back on the gun. It was General Kusin, we learned later on.
12-year-old Ants Kramer and her parents could hear the sound of battle in the distance and had seen troops passing their house at Oosterbeek on their way to Arnhem, only to see them return a little later.
My mother went to the street and said very softly, "Are you British?" And they said, "Yes." So she said, "Why are you going back?" And they said, "We are too early, the Germans are still asleep." We found out afterwards they couldn't pass, they couldn't go on, so they had to go back.
Only the 2nd Battalion was able to make any headway during the confused and bloody fighting in the streets of Arnhem. They took the southernmost route to Arnhem Bridge, near the lower Rhine River. In command was Lieutenant Colonel John Frost, one of the most respected paratroopers in the British Army. Unfortunately for Frost, the Germans blew up the Arnhem railway bridge before it could be taken. But by 8 o'clock, 2 Para had arrived at the northern end of the road bridge. They were, however, completely cut off from their comrades. The following morning, September the 18th, the Germans attacked. Two Para continued to hold their position at the bridge with a force of some 500 men, but German artillery was taking a dreadful toll. Amid the most appalling carnage and destruction, Frost's men hung on grimly as desperate attempts were made to reach them by the 1st and 3rd Battalion. To make matters worse, Brigadier Lathbury was seriously injured by a sniper's bullet. He was later to be taken prisoner, and General Urquhart was forced to hide in the attic of this house in Erstebeek for the whole day, unable to contact his comrades on the faulty British radio sets. At the divisional headquarters near to the landing zones, Brigadier Hicks assumed command in the absence of General Urquhart. Hicks was commander of the Air Landing Brigade, which comprised the 3 other British battalions dropped on the first day. Hicks could do little to relieve Frost and 2 Para at the bridge, but the new commander knew that reinforcements were due to arrive that day, with the Poles to follow 24 hours later. Now, another disaster struck. The Germans had found a copy of the orders for Market Garden aboard a shot-down US Waco glider. They now had every detail of the Allied plans for the battle in their possession.
It did have a slight effect because it gave them details of the second lift coming in, and they were due to come in the morning, but thick fog in England stopped them, delayed them by 5 hours, and the Messerschmitts, which arrived in the morning to shoot them up. Of course, all they could do was to shoot up the empty gliders on the landing zone.
The landing went very smooth. There was fighting going on around the perimeter. The Germans had reacted to the first day's landing. They didn't know what was going on.
When we came towards the landing here, where we are today, we came from that direction towards here, and we already began to see the anti-aircraft artillery in action.
We had a distant view of one of our aircraft being hit just short of the landing zone and plummeting to earth. I knew quite well that a considerable number of my former comrades unfortunately went down with it.
As we were unloading, there were machine guns on the edge of this forest wood here, and we just rushed like hell to get away from the sort of fire line.
After Siegfried Geiser's arrival at Arnhem from Delft, nearly 100 miles away, his first task was to try and stop the second air landing by the Allies.
There were still some gliders which landed, and we saw them on a distance of about 200 or 300 meters. And some of the parachutes landed very near to us, and they were very surprised to find there German tanks. I remember there was 2 or 3 gliders who had already landed, and the soldiers were coming out of the glider, and we just were firing with our gun to the glider.
It was on his way back from this action that Siegfried ran into trouble in the suburbs around Oesterbeek.
When we came to this point, just round the corner, there was a British anti-tank gun, which stopped us. Our tank started to burn. My crew, we were 4 persons, we escaped, we came out very safely, and then there was still some shrapnel fire, and my driver and me, we got a little bit wounded with some piece of metal in my leg, and it was not too hard. Next day I could walk, and next day I went in another tank.
Early in the morning of September the 19th, 1st and 3rd Battalion made a final desperate attempt to reach their beleaguered colleagues at the bridge, moving along the lower Rhine using the morning fog as cover. When it lifted, they were exposed to massive German fire from both north and south, and the 2 battalions were virtually wiped out. To the north, 4th Brigade also suffered terrible casualties around the railway line.
The sheer volume of the German fire shook me. To cheer myself up, spoke to a signaller, a dependable lad, London lad, called Ted Garling. You could view the place looked like hell, and I said, I think I can hear our Bren still going ahead, ascending the slope. His reply was, don't talk rot, Harry. Our chaps are simply being hammered.
Alan Makovac, who was still waiting for the arrival of his Polish comrades, helped the British troops root out German snipers from the houses in Oesterbeek.
When I got to the back door there, it was open, but the staircase going upstairs. Up there, I took off my belt one of the hand grenades. I pulled out the pin, and when I sort of got up the top, I just said, open the door, bang there, shut the door, took the cover, wah! I opened the door, and she was down there. I just wondered, shall I sort of use the help him, you see, to die quicker? He was bleeding badly, and I said, what shall I do? But because we already knew ammunition supply, food supply was already cut off at the time, I thought, well, I better keep my bullet, you see, for another occasion in self-defense.
With British troops holding back attacks on all fronts, there was only one bit of good news for them. Roy Urquhart, their commander, had escaped his hiding place and had made a speedy return to his headquarters at the Hartenstein Hotel in Oesterbeek. Here he learnt the crushing news that the Germans had overrun the British dropping zones.
We could never talk to the resupply aircraft. This was put right for the Rhine crossing, but with us, we could not take the aircraft. So we couldn't tell them to drop elsewhere. We tried everything with yellow flags and what have you, and so only a small proportion got to us.
We had the bitter experience of watching the intense bravery of those pilots and those dispatchers dropping supplies that by ill fortune were fated to land in possession of the Germans.
When the bombs came down for the supply for the British soldiers, we got some of them because the ammunition we couldn't use because we had different weapons. And some of the bombs included some cigarettes and chocolate and very fine food. It tastes very well, but you know, we hadn't had chocolate for a long time. So it was a big surprise for us.
Well, do you know why you didn't see those in Germany? Because when in England they were producing the boxes of chocolates, you see, in Germany they were producing tanks instead and the guns, you see. That's why you didn't see them. You are not equipped, you see.
But you are producing tanks too.
Well,
and you were
yeah.
producing gliders.
The British troops did manage to recover some supplies, but they were not always what they expected.
They dropped these cases full of odd, what we thought would be our life-saving. But I managed to get one day and pull it back to our trench, and when we opened the damn thing, it was full of red berries.
They were still working on Plan A, which was to invade Germany. And after the 5th and 6th days, they were still dropping berries and cap badges for the grand triumphal entry into Germany.
On Wednesday, September the 20th, the German shells continued to rain down on 2 Paras position at Arnhem Bridge. And on the morning of Thursday, September the 21st, the Germans launched their final assault. By midday, both sides of Arnhem Bridge were in German hands. Despite the incredible bravery of John Frost and his men, it really had been a bridge too far. Meanwhile, to the south, the American airborne forces had their target bridges, including the mighty road bridge at Nijmegen. The British armour spearhead of 30 Corps that had fought so hard to get to Nijmegen crossed the bridge at 6 o'clock on that day. They were now just 10 miles from Arnhem. News of the capture of Nijmegen Bridge certainly boosted the morale of Urquhart and his surviving troops, who had now formed themselves into a pocket at Oesterbeek to the west of Arnhem. With radio contact at last established with 30 Corps, British heavy artillery fire could now shell the encircling Germans to the north.
They got to Nijmegen, which was, 10 to 12 miles away. They started firing, supporting us on the southern side of the Waal in Nijmegen, but then they found the targets we gave them. Some of them were out of range, so the next morning they came to the other side, and it was very heavy firepower they could give us.
Alan Makovac, the Polish artillery liaison officer, was one of the spotters for these guns, up in the church tower at Oesterbeek.
That is the window you see, of course, from which I have been watching, you see, observing, you see the... myself and the English officer from the 1st Artillery Regiment of the division, both of us were in the tower. Unfortunately, we were shot down. There was a direct hit. Part of it, you see, collapsed. You see, we landed down here on the ground here. And of course, my colleague was moaning, you see, helping, you see, to sort of be assisted immediately. So all I could do to him, seeing a lot of pouring blood from his stomach area through his clothing, to give him morphia injection to ease his pain. There were sort of medics here who were attending some wounded soldiers, and they gave us the first aid.
It wasn't just the soldiers that were suffering. Caught in between the fierce fighting were the civilians of Arnhem and Oesterbeek.
We finished up actually in the houses of Oesterbeek, where I must say the occupants of those houses and the natives of Oesterbeek were absolutely marvellous, despite the fact that we were ruining their village.
It was a mess outside. Trees were over the street. The veranda were shot away and were lying in the street. There were dead horses, there were dead soldiers.
As the action was getting potentially more and more dangerous, I was only heartbroken to see that some of these wonderful people were killed, wounded, or had to leave their house.
My mother went to an old German because the young ones were very angry. And this was a man in his 60s. And she went up to him and she asked him what we should do. And he said, my brother soldiers are not very happy about the civilians, how they behaved and helped the British. And they are very trigger happy. I can advise you to get out. And we did.
I can understand that those people here were very much against the German. And this we had to accept, and we couldn't change the situation.
On the 21st of September, the 1st Polish Paratroop Brigade, commanded by Major General Stanisław Sosabowski, finally arrived. They'd been delayed in Britain by the poor weather for 2 days, but they now faced a baptism of fire.
We beheld the Polish brigade coming into land, and we were in no position, we could not give them adequate protecting fire. It was tragic, it was sad to see Polish gliders landed and even bold German half-tracks beginning to shoot them all up. And the Poles were utterly confused, some firing at Germans, some firing at us.
Once he was on the ground, Sosabowski was quick to get into the fray, deploying his surviving 500 Polish men to the immediate south of the Lower Rhine at Driel. Immediately, the Germans responded by placing 2,500 men between Sosabowski's troops and the British position, which meant that the Poles would have to cross the river to give support to Urquhart in the pocket at Oesterbeek. On Friday the 22nd, 30 Corps made further efforts to get into Arnhem, but it was beaten back once more. Just one battalion of the 43rd Division, along with a small armoured detachment of the Household Cavalry, was able to join up with the Poles. Urquhart and his men remained hemmed in on 3 sides, and they too began to suffer as the casualties mounted and their supplies began to dwindle.
Oesterbeek just became surrounded by Germans, and you couldn't get north or south. We dug trenches, and every time we saw Germans, we shot at them. Simple as that.
The enemy was just here, and they stayed mostly here. And the next days, we tried with the rest of our tanks to fight against the British. And the main objective of our fighting was to keep the group of these British who were here from traveling to Arnhem.
That night, on the banks of the Lower Rhine, the Poles attempted to cross the river in small rubber boats, in a brave mission of support for their British allies. Frustrated for so long, they showed enormous courage as they took to the water in the full face of withering German fire. Of approximately 50 men who made the crossing, 35 made it to the British positions on the north side. Alan Makovac was there to help his comrades clamber up the riverbank.
Our soldiers had to get in and also row across the quite wide river here as it is, we know, with the very sharp, of course, current as well. So it was, and during night, because in daylight, no chance. Everybody was just, you see, no chance at all. In fact, some soldiers were swimming because there was no room on the few boats which they delivered for us. And you had just swimming across. Some got there, but some, they were drenched like rats, of course, when they came out the other side.
The following day, Saturday the 23rd, the Dorset Regiment tried to cross the river. They lost many men, although a second Polish crossing that night did get 200 troops safely to the other side. By Sunday the 24th of September, however, with Urquhart's men cut down to less than 2,000 in number and out of ammunition, food and water, it was clear that the battle at Oesterbeek was lost. There was now no other alternative. Market Garden had failed, and the only course of action was to rescue as many as possible of the brave men who had fought so hard.
It did well to last 9 days, but had to go in the end.
The breakout didn't come soon enough for Alan Mackovac. On his way to British headquarters at the Hartenstein Hotel, the Germans captured him.
When I was only about 150 yards from the headquarters, I noticed 3 faces with German helmets on, and machine gun pointed at me and calling "Handy ho!" So of course I just had to consider, shall I raise my hands? And I suddenly, because I had a revolver, but I felt that if I would move my hand in the wrong direction, they would just cut me in half from the machine gun. So I raised my hands, of course, and that was it.
And so on the evening of Monday the 25th of September, the escape from Arnhem, codenamed Operation Berlin, began.
We got instructions that we're going to retreat and go back across the river. And then we were told to spread out and wait for the boats to come in that would take us across the river. Quite a few lads actually swam across that river, 600 yards. That took some doing.
Got down to the river and managed to be lucky and swim across with another Royal Signals officer of the Light Regiment. We swam together, and they were firing at us, and he got hit and drowned. His body was picked up about 3 or 4 miles downriver later on, and I was lucky and got across.
I got across the river quite reasonably. We were bombed with mortar bombs all the time we were crossing. One or two landed quite close, and in dodging them, we naturally, doing that, bending down when we heard one come down, they lost the paddles. Anyway, we had our rifles, so we paddled across with our rifles.
The desperate need for a speedy Allied retreat meant that the badly wounded had to be left behind as the German panzers rolled towards the river. But it succeeded in its objective. 2,163 men were rescued. Among them, the exhausted General Urquhart. On the 26th of September, Siegfried Geiser reached the church at Oesterbeek, which was by now a makeshift hospital for the surrendered Allied troops.
This church of Oesterbeek was for me actually the end of the Battle of Arnhem. On the morning I came with another comrade of mine. We were 2 officers. We arrived at this church, and there we found in the church some British soldiers. Most of them were wounded, and I remember it was a very strange situation because after 9 days of heavy fight, it was a very silent morning, no shooting anymore. So this silence of this morning I never will forget. My feeling was to be very happy to still be alive.
Operation Market Garden had been a disaster. Of the 10,000 men who had seen action, 1,200 British and Polish troops had lost their lives. American losses approached some 4,000 dead, wounded, or captured. Despite the terrible bloodshed, the city of Arnhem remained in German hands, and the war would continue well into 1945. Those who lived through the hell would never forget it.
whenever I'm in the area of Arnhem, I used to come to this place here and to have a look. And this affects me much more.
And it is when he breaks down, I have sometimes tendency as well in this respect, but you see, you don't sort of break down because you are disappointed or you are depressed. You are sort of crying with happiness, from happiness that you are still here.
What I did, because I was a killer, and I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all.
Everyone is afraid. No soldier is without fear, but it has to be overcome.
You couldn't feel sorry for anybody else.
It's hit or be killed. That's the long and the short of it.
El Alamein and Arnhem, battles that shaped the future of the world. The Ardennes, Monte Cassino, and Dunkirk. In World War II Revisited, we go back with soldiers who fought on both sides of those epic struggles. Men who 60 years ago were implacable enemies meet now, sometimes for the first time, at the scenes of some of the most brutal battles of the Second World War. In this program, an Englishman and a German meet at Normandy, the scene of some of the war's most bitter fighting during the great Allied invasion of Europe that began in June 1944.
I can't forget it, of course, especially certain details. They stay firmly in your memory. They are experiences that you will be able to recall after 100 years, and that you can't forget.
The thoughts, the morality of it comes in later on when you sit back and think about it afterwards. But we didn't think about it at that time. I mean, all we wanted to do is to wait, to get through and get on our way.
Few campaigns in the history of warfare can have been as meticulously planned as the famous D-Day landings in June 1944. Continental Europe had been in German hands for more than 4 years, and now, with the tide of the war turning decisively in favour of the Allies, the time had come to strike back. Hitler's Fortress Europe was about to be put to the test. The Allied Supreme Commander for the operation, codenamed Operation Overlord, was the American General Dwight D. Eisenhower. The commander of the invasion itself was the British General Bernard Montgomery, who was at the head of a combined Anglo-American and Canadian force of some 156,000 men. It was to be the greatest amphibious invasion ever mounted, and little was left to chance. The Allies had an overwhelming superiority in men, ammunition, ships, planes, and tanks. This was to be the force that would push Hitler's armies back towards its own borders. Supported by a massive artillery bombardment from Allied battleships that would penetrate as far as 20 miles inland, it was planned that 4 Allied corps would land on the beaches of northern France and capture the towns of Bayeux and Caen. Within 10 days of the landings, they were ordered to secure the high ground that ran from Saint-Lô to Villers-Bocage. Then, as British forces took on the Germans to the south of Caen, General Patton's US Third Army were to move southwards, encircling the German forces. The plan called for the capture of Paris within 90 days of the D-Day landings. Privates Frank Rosier and Tony Colgan were among the Allied soldiers who were about to invade Fortress Europe.
The whole idea of the Normandy invasion was superbly thought out, and they gave us equipment, the best equipment they could possibly find. So you knew that they'd done all they could for you. You always had this idea that you were going to win. There was never a question of we were going to come up. There was no a chance that we would get pushed off that beachhead, no matter what the books might say since, but there wasn't a chance because we were so confident.
I would say we were the best equipped, fittest army ever to leave these shores to go and fight. And fitness was extremely important. I don't think I've ever been as fit as I was then.
In contrast, the Wehrmacht forces were recouping from the horrors of the Eastern Front. Artillery Captain Walter Heinlein was in the elite 2nd Panzer Division, resting in northern France.
We were in the area around Amiens for training and convalescence. Some of us were quartered in chateaux, and we made a good recovery. We were allowed to visit cafes and restaurants, and from there we were given the order to transfer to the north of France, because the invasion had begun.
On the 6th of June, 1944, after weeks of preparation, planning and training, the Allied invasion force stormed ashore on the French beaches, the code names of which have a special place in military history. Sword, Juno, Gold, Utah, and Omaha. Despite the month-long bombardment of the German positions that had preceded the landings and the elaborate Allied deceptions that had convinced the Germans they would come to the north in the Pas-de-Calais region, there was fierce German resistance on some of the beaches. This was particularly true of Omaha Beach, where the American 16th and 116th Regiment combat teams were pinned down by the crack German 352nd Division. It took the whole day for the US troops to fight their way off the beach, leaving behind them 2,500 casualties. Further up the coast at Gold Beach, Frank Rosier and his Gloucester Regiment had come ashore 3 hours after the initial assault.
The immediate thing that came to me was the noise, was the battleships firing rockets and things behind us. And I think the noise is quite indescribable. It's a huge bang, you can't actually explain it. We ran like hell up that beach, and though the situation was sniping and shells were falling around us, it wasn't intense enough to cause us a great deal of casualties, as I just said. But it was very frightening to take it up. But we were so well trained, we did the job that we were trained.
In all, 2,500 Allied troops were killed on that first day of the invasion of Europe. A further 8,500 became casualties. The reward for such sacrifice was that by the end of the crucial first day, most of the Allied objectives had been achieved, with one major exception: the capture of Caen. The city that should have been in Allied hands by the 7th of June refused to fall and was to remain under German control until the 18th of July, a full 6 weeks after the beginning of the battle. D-Day marked the start of the campaign to liberate northern France. Nearly 60 years after that pivotal event, we took World War II veterans Les Dining, a tank driver of the 7th Armoured Division, and German veteran Walter Heinlein, a frontline artillery spotter, back to the battlefields of Normandy. In contrast to that blistering summer of 1944, they meet on a cold, rainy day at Villers-Bocage, a battlefield synonymous with that epic conflict.
Oh, comrades! Comrade Englishmen!
Yes, indeed.
Yes. It's sad to see you.
It's nice to see you.
Yes. Aber heute sind wir Freunde, Kameraden.
Today we are comrades, friends, and say no more war.
Absolutely, absolutely, no more war.
But
No.
oh, no friends.
Yes.
No friends.
Yep. Great. Yeah. Great. No, I'm pleased that he survived just as I did. Who knows? I could have fired at him, and he could have fired at me. But I think the fact that I'm still here, and the fact that he's still here, we could say we both missed.
In the first few days after the invasion, Les landed with his tank unit, while Walter's Panzer Artillery Regiment made its way to Caen to aid in the defence of the city. As the two reminisce on Gold Beach, their stories highlight the differing fortunes of the two sides as the offensive began.
Well, this is where I landed, at the crack of dawn on June the 7th, 1944. When we got off the landing craft, the fighting had actually moved slightly inland, and it was relatively quiet. I think I spent most of my time smoking, drinking the cocoa, looking out at the warships, certainly the destroyers weaving in and out of the landing craft and the landing ships. It was relatively quiet, apart from the battleships firing salvos behind us. They were landing well inland, round about where Walter was. I shouldn't be surprised.
Nun, so einfach war das auch an der Weide im Hinterland.
It wasn't so easy. We were far back inland and had to make our way slowly here from Paris. And we realized that we just couldn't drive during the day, because the Spitfires and the Thunderbirds and whatever they were called came down onto every single one of our vehicles and immediately shot many of them up in flames. When we had advanced further, they fired the ship's guns, which were this big, and were fired inland, and whoever lived through those, they came over like the heaviest bombs and had an enormous effect.
For the Allied soldiers, the relief at making it onto the beaches was soon quelled by the realization of the enormity of the task that lay in front of them as they moved inland. As Frank Rosier recalls,
we were sent through on what's called an OP, forward patrol, to watch up the road to Tilly-sur-Seulles. And there was a crucifix up the side of the road, and at that time there was a sweet shop on the other side of the road which was burning. And up on the hill, or the brow of the hill, was German tanks, what we would call hull down. That means just their guns pointing over the brow of the hill at us. And I belted across this road with another chap into this sweet shop because chocolates, they had chocolates, and the chocolates were on ration at home. And I stuffed my battle belts full of chocolates, run back across the road, dived behind where we were fairly safe behind this crucifix. And the sweet shot, one of the tanks was obviously spotted us, and he just blew the shot to pieces. And Sergeant Frayne, one of the older men from the battalion, a Scotch chap, he turned and said to me, "One day you'll bloody grow up, Rosie, you'll get us all killed." And it was then I thought, yeah, this isn't a scheme, this is real.
as the Allies advanced into Normandy, the Germans continued to offer stiff resistance, especially around the area of Caen. One important factor in a successful German defense of Caen was the terrain in which the battle was fought. The Bocage region of France was a closely packed area of narrow, sunken lanes and high-banked hedgerows that surrounded small fields. This was ideal defensive terrain, where anti-tank guns and machine gun nests could be easily concealed. The Allies may have had an enormous advantage in numbers of tanks, but in the claustrophobic world of the Bocage, German anti-tank teams were able to get close enough to attack and destroy them. Here, the German defenders held all the cards, and the Bocage was soon nicknamed the Green Hell by the Allied soldiers.
The Normandy Bocage was clearly not designed for tanks, and it was war by ambush. It was fighting by ambush, basically. You had to stick to the tracks, narrow as they were. And of course, the Germans knew you were coming, and the first one to get there was taken out.
It wasn't like the First War where you got a long trench system. You might have, Frank will tell you more now, that you have a group of soldiers, probably 2 or 3 slip trench, and it might be 50 yards or so before an Alamein come along. So you could be infiltrated as easily as you could infiltrate them, because they hadn't got the men any more than we had.
Walking back down to rejoin my unit, suddenly out the hedge, 2 yards if that away, stood this big blonde German lad, no hat, no helmet. He had his gun slung across the back, mine was on my shoulder, the Sten gun again, and I just fired it, and I sat on the ground. Oh, I killed him. Stone dead, you know, cut him in half virtually, those bullets. And I was sick and bad, and I see that man's face now as I'm talking to you, as clear as day, as I can see yours. It's stuck in my memory. Horrible.
As Frank Rosier had found out, the maze-like greenery of the Bocage did not always favour the Germans. Nearly 60 years on from the events in Normandy, Walter Heinlein and Les Dining returned to Villers-Bocage, and Walter recalls the dangers of fighting in the Green Hell.
Wir waren in der Normandie, so wie hier das Gelände.
We were in Normandy, and the terrain was just as it is here. Many hedges, fenced-in areas with a farmyard in between here and there. But always hedges, and not many big hills, so that you could only see the enemy when he came through the hedge. On one occasion, the hedge suddenly parted, and I saw enemy soldiers and suddenly a barrel of a gun. They couldn't just fire into the hedge in front of me because their shell would have exploded prematurely and not have harmed my vehicle. They needed a clear field of fire. So the battle really depended on who was the fastest. Sometimes the English got the better of us because they were able to turn faster.
Because they were unable to take Caen, the Allies had to keep fighting in the Bocage, and more men became casualties. Soon the airfield at Carpiquet, on the outskirts of Caen, became a strategically vital target. But the infamous Hitler Youth Division tenaciously defended it. The division held on to the airfield, despite a series of determined assaults by the Allies. This remarkable feat was achieved despite the young age of the German recruits. The shortage of men in the German army led to a growing number of young boy soldiers being drafted into the conflict. Frank Rosier recalls the shock of having to fight them.
Coming down the road were German tin hats on legs. 2 little mastic legs. Open fire. Sir, they're boys. Open bloody fire. They'll kill you as well as they're firing at you. Their bullets kill you. And we opened fire, and of course they were Hitler Youth. But I think the eldest of them must have been 14. Think how we felt. You know, think how we felt. You know, they were kiddies. And we were 18, 19. We weren't much older.
Unable to take the airfield because of the stiff German resistance, Montgomery dispatched his 7th Armoured Division, the renowned Desert Rats, to make a broad sweep to the south around Caen on June the 12th. The attack was aimed at the small town of Villers-Bocage, and it was here that one of the most famous tank actions of the entire war was fought. The Allied advance was halted and almost single-handedly destroyed in a fierce battle through the streets and fields surrounding Villers-Bocage by German tanks of the 101st Heavy Battalion, led by their commander, Michael Wittmann. The British armoured column had stopped to make tea when Michael Wittmann's Tiger tank emerged from cover and, after knocking out a rear tank, drove down the column at close range, destroying the vehicles as he went. In Villers-Bocage itself, Wittmann continued to destroy further British tanks. Patrick Dyer, himself a tank commander in that famous battle, remembers his confrontation with the German Panzer ace.
I'd pulled back into somebody's farmyard, wisely, I think. And then I suddenly saw a bloody great German Tiger tank passing slowly across in front of me. But I'd let my gunner get out to spend a penny. So I couldn't have shot, and I wouldn't have helped if I had. The only way to get him with our feeble tanks was to hit him in the rear. So I said to the driver down the intercom, "Follow that tank." And he did. Trouble was, we followed him a bit down this main street, and the bloody man had met one of our other tanks down the other end of the street and had turned round. So we met each other facing at about 400 yards, which was for me murder. So I got in 2 shots because I knew he was there, but they just bounced off the front of his tank. He then had a shot and it didn't bounce off. Our gunner was killed. The other man in front was killed jumping out. Driver got out, he was safe, and I was blown out the top, and I'd been wounded in the face, I didn't know it. And so I ran across the street to the Sergeant Major's tank, saw the dead driver sitting in his seat with his ginger hair and his head split in 2. And the wireless set was hanging down and crackling. So I grabbed the wireless and I was able to tell the rest of the regiment what was going on. And there was a tiger in the main street, which helped them. And then some stupid Germans were shooting at me with Spandau, a machine gun. So I decided to quit. So I ran back across the road and jumped a hedge, and there was a French girl who said, "Mon Dieu, venez avec moi." So, well, I've never vened avec a French girl as quickly as before.
For the Allies, Villers-Bocage was a disaster. In a single day, more than 60 British tanks were lost, and the Germans destroyed many more armoured vehicles. The only consolation for the 7th Armoured Division after such a costly day was their resistance to the German counterattack which followed.
Casualties were heavy and morale for a time was very low. But when we got back, we were pulled back to the high ground behind Villers-Bocage.
On the high ground you can see behind me a box of roughly 1,200 by 1,500 yards. And the entire fighting force of the division centred itself in this box. And the following morning, the German forces threw everything they had at us in an attempt to penetrate the box and eliminate us, because we were a real threat to their position. We had, in fact, penetrated some 12 miles into their lines, and they tactically, of course, it was a disaster for the German forces.
The Germans attacked us in force 3 times, and we could mow them down. By then the anti-tank regiment had arrived, and we had the support of the Rifle Brigade. and our firepower was much too great for the Germans.
It was chaotic. The scene was, you know, dramatic to say the least.
And at one moment the Germans were coming in arm to arm, and we just mowed them down. It was like the First World War carnage. Absurd. It should never happen.
Even though the Germans had been pushed back, Villers-Bocage was still in their hands, and the Allies had to accept that the Battle for Normandy would not be the mobile battle which the Allied planners had hoped for. During the last 3 weeks of June, General Montgomery continued to wrestle with the problem of the stalemate around Caen. His solution was an enormous assault, codenamed Operation Epsom, that was launched on the 26th of June 1944. This, too, was to end in costly failure, as despite the fearsome artillery bombardment that pounded the defences around the Carpiquet airfield, the Germans somehow held their ground. But the endless defensive toil was sapping German morale, as Walter Heinlein recalls.
We were in despair. We were there with the best weapons and weren't allowed to attack. We were an attack troop and were used to attacking. Nothing to do with defense. Attack! As we had always done. We had to let ourselves be destroyed by the planes and the ship's guns. That hurts. Stay still. Everything comes down on top of us, and we did nothing.
The 15th Scottish Infantry Division was very badly mauled during the fighting, and the Epsom offensive came to a shuddering halt less than 4 miles from its starting position. Even worse, the British Second Army, under the command of Lieutenant General Sir Miles Dempsey, withdrew from the small gains that had been made. The city of Caen simply refused to fall, and the beachheads behind the Allied front line became more and more jammed as troops and supplies continued to pour ashore. Unable to move inland, the congestion itself soon became a barrier to progress, while every passing day left the Allied troops increasingly vulnerable to German counterattack. The Allies also desperately needed the use of an airfield, and the one at Carpiquet was still with the Germans. Losing patience, Montgomery decided to take a sledgehammer to Caen. It was to be attacked and captured in a full frontal assault codenamed Operation Charnwood, which was to begin on the 8th of July. The terrible fighting during Operation Charnwood had echoes of earlier savage battles at hellish places such as Monte Cassino and Stalingrad. Before the attack began, no fewer than 467 British and Canadian bombers flew in a succession of devastating raids designed to destroy the city's defences and soften up the Germans who cowered beneath the dropping bombs. There was no regard for the lives of the civilians within the walls of the city, and they suffered a dreadful fate. More than 10,000 became casualties. The bombing also created a wilderness of rubble and bomb craters that provided a ready-made series of almost impenetrable defences. For the Germans, many of whom had seen action at Stalingrad and Monte Cassino, the ruins of Caen were a heaven-sent opportunity to use their hard-won experience in defending flattened cities. Faced with these conditions, the Allied attacks on the city were thrown back time and again, until once again the increasing numbers of dead and wounded forced Montgomery to call a halt to Operation Charnwood. Only one glimmer of light illuminated the gloom. The Royal Winnipeg Rifles had finally succeeded in ousting the Hitler Youth Division and had captured the airfield at Carpiquet. The battle for the airfield mirrored the fighting in the surrounding bocage, with both sides sustaining heavy casualties. Frank Rosier can still remember the horrors of the Normandy battlefield as he attacked under shell fire.
And on this particular occasion, as I landed on the ground, and you don't get down, you fly down, this chap 30 yards away, hand suddenly come in front of me. He's a direct hit with a shell. Imagine 19 years or 18 years old as I was, and I was terrified. The other occasion, you're going across a field and you're fighting tanks, and they fire in at other tanks, solid shell, more than possibly an HE. And this happened to me again. The chap in front of me this time, they're firing a solid shell, and suddenly his head, he was headless. The solid shell just gone onto the tank. It ain't fun, and most of the time you're terrified. You are making, you know, but somehow your training and what you've been taught keeps you cool enough to fight. And the German boys themselves, I mean, they needed guts and courage to stay where they were, because they had far more coming at them in Normandy than we did at us.
Even though they continued their dogged resistance, German High Command realized the hopelessness of their overall position. The German generals von Rundstedt and Rommel begged to be allowed to make a fighting withdrawal to a position between the Loire and Orne rivers, where they'd be able to consolidate and build up reserves in preparation for a counteroffensive. Hitler was having none of it, and just as at Stalingrad and El Alamein, he ordered his troops to stand and fight to the last man. For good measure, he sacked von Rundstedt and replaced him with Feldmarschall Kluge. Not that it was sweetness and light on the Allied side. General Eisenhower was becoming impatient for solid progress and somewhat contemptuous of Montgomery's role in the proceedings so far. In response to the urgings of the Supreme Commander, Montgomery planned yet another offensive for the 17th of July, that was this time codenamed Operation Goodwood. Operation Goodwood was a massive attack that involved all 4 British and Canadian corps in Normandy. There were so many troops involved that there was a delay of 1 day as all the men and armour were brought into position. By the 18th of July, Goodwood was ready to begin. Another overwhelming air, sea and artillery bombardment opened the offensive, blasting a path for 750 tanks to cut through to the high ground south of Caen. So intense was the barrage that some compared it to those seen during the appalling fighting in Russia. Here, Tiger tanks were flipped into the air like toys, and some German soldiers shot themselves rather than endure the storm of artillery shells. But still, they did not abandon their deep defensive positions.
The barrage starts up and the men are completely nervous wrecks, and then they came to me, clung onto me, and sometimes began to cry. We can't stand it anymore. They clung onto me and I thought, all right, I have to set an example. As an officer, I have to. I'm practically invulnerable, so I had to put up with it. Although I was scared too. Who isn't if you're being fired at? But you had to overcome it.
The fighting for the city and its surrounding villages became bloody and prolonged, and yet again the casualties figures began to rise. After 2 days of battle, some Allied observers believed the end to be in sight, but the unthinkable happened. The heavens opened and torrential rain turned the battleground into a quagmire. In these conditions, tanks were useless, and Operation Goodwood, just like Epsom and Charnwood, had to be abandoned.
Operation Goodwood in Normandy, we lost 400 tanks in that operation. We don't possess 400 tanks now. We lost not all knocked out, but some were certainly broken down, tracks off and that kind of thing. But all because we were completely outgunned.
Our men were good. They had experience. We had all come from Russia. And above all, we had the latest tanks, which had good penetration. And, in my opinion, were somewhat better than theirs.
If Goodwood had achieved one thing, it was that it had contributed greatly to the steady erosion of manpower and fighting materials that was to signal the end for the German army in Normandy. 113,000 German troops had been lost since the 6th of June. Only 10,000 had been sent to replace them. just 17 replacement tanks had been sent to the front line. 2,100 had been destroyed. Walter Heinlein remembers how one of those tanks met its fate.
A tank was knocked out in front of me. It burns, and the men are down in the tank, and the tank burns immediately because the ammunition is inside it. It explodes, and immediately there's fire and smoke everywhere, and the men try to get out of the hatches or out of the turret, hang half out, and burn. Awful.
The British and Canadian efforts had paved the way for the planned American sweep to the south that would completely outflank the German defences. Commanded by General Omar Bradley, it was codenamed Operation Cobra, and it would be the offensive that would finally push the Germans out of the bocage and allow the Allies to break out southwards into the open countryside of France. On the 25th of July 1944, 1,500 Allied heavy bombers dropped a murderous carpet of bombs on the weakened German 7th Army, and the collapse began. The constant shelling had finally taken its toll on the demoralized German troops, and Operation Cobra swiftly gathered pace. One of the targets that lay in the path of the British was Thury-Harcourt. Frank Rosier remembers the part he played in the attack on that town.
We were the leading three. We got down, 3 of us, and the next 3 come down and they got killed. And it was quite a goat path to go down, very difficult to get down. So they shouted down to us, "Stay down there, we'll get you out when it gets dark." Because we were quite happy. We were in a ditch, German machine gun was about 20 yards away, and he kept firing at us, but we were quite safe in the ditch. We had a Bren gun with us, which we put up on the road, kept the mag up, pull the trigger, just say, "We know where you are, you know where we are, let's leave it that way." And we got a pack of cards out, we started playing cards, which got round all the divisions, didn't it, about these 3 idiots playing cards. And the long short of it was, in the end, if he'd fire us, and there was like a flint cliff behind us, and a piece of this flint came off, and Bertie Figg was with me. The other chap, I think his name was Appleton, Appleford, I can't even know, his red head, I could draw him more than remember his name. And a piece of this flint just cut him as if he'd nicked himself with a razor, nothing more, just a little nick. And he suddenly said, "I've had enough of this." And he grabbed the Bren gun over the road and wiped that machine gun out. When we come back, I said, "What are you doing?" You know? He said, "Why the hell didn't you stop me?" He got away with it. As a result, because he wiped that machine gun out, we were able to get back up top.
As the British and Canadians continued their push through the bocage, the Americans continued to try and outflank the Germans through the Avranches Gap. Walter Heinlein's Panzer Division were part of the Mortain counterattack that Hitler believed would cut the Americans off from their allies and foil Operation Cobra. This action was a disaster, and Walter soon experienced the destruction and confusion which would hasten the demise of the Germans in Normandy.
Suddenly there was a crash and I was hurled out of the armoured car. An enemy shell had gone straight through the driver. Everything smashed, of course, everyone dead. I was the only survivor. I just had a slight hand injury. No one knew where to go. Are we encircled or not? Everyone tried to find a gap somewhere. And I found one.
With the other survivors, Walter attempted to get back to his unit. As the group paused for a rest in a farmyard, an American soldier took the men prisoner at gunpoint. Walter takes up the story.
My lieutenant turned round, took the rifle and pressed it down as if to say, "What do you want from me?" I was standing in the doorway of the house, levelled my rifle and shouted, "Hands up." And the American put his hands up. Now it had been reversed and I had him. Well, we talked, and I realized that I still wasn't near our lines, but behind the American lines. We said, We want to get to our lines and you want to get to your people, so let's do this. When we get to your lines, then talk to them in English. Stop, we are Americans, and we'll take the opportunity to get across the lines. And that's what we did.
With the enemy overstretched, the British forces took advantage of the confusion in the disintegrating German ranks to form the northern pincer of a huge encircling movement that was designed to entrap the German forces in Normandy in a huge pocket that was centered on the town of Falaise. The scene was well and truly set, and although the Germans fought with the desperation of a cornered animal, the British continued to drive to the south. On the 20th of August, they linked up with the American forces to close a ring around Falaise. At this late hour, Hitler sent Feldmarschall Walter Model to the Falaise pocket with the order to shore up the defences. But even this respected veteran of the Eastern Front could see the utter hopelessness of the German position. Escape was the only option, and he sanctioned the withdrawal through the ever-closing gap. It was an escape fraught with danger, as they were attacked incessantly from the air and from all sides by American and British artillery. Nearly 60 years on, Walter Heinlein and Les Dining returned to Falaise and described their experiences inside and outside the pocket.
We were completely encircled. We realized, because on all sides, wherever we drove, the enemy was already there. The heavy weapons had just about been destroyed because of the attacks, above all from the air. It was chaos. No one knew where to go. Someone this way, the others a different way. It was just chaos. Above all, when a general suddenly appeared beside you and everyone said, "Herr General, what shall we do?" And he didn't know himself. Just get out, save yourself if you can. That was the end.
We could see the Typhoons coming in and firing at the vehicles. And these roads here were absolutely solid with vehicles, men, wagons, horse and carts. Things like horse and carts, solid. One vehicle behind the other, two vehicles either side. And the Typhoons were coming in and just shooting them up. And it was just a killing ground. It was horrific.
40,000 German troops managed to escape before the Allies closed the jaws of the Falaise pocket. But 60,000 more remained inside, along with the bulk of the German armour. The Allied Air Force swooped in for the kill, as squadron after squadron of rocket-firing Typhoon aircraft pounded the densely packed columns of troops as they struggled to make their escape. Here there were scenes of almost indescribable carnage, as more than 10,000 Germans lost their lives, and 50,000 more were wounded or taken prisoner. Walter Heinlein describes the extreme action which he took to escape from the pocket.
It was difficult to get there. Vehicles on all sides, the open VW jeeps and so on. Suddenly there was a jeep to my left with SS officers inside. I said, "Get out of here, I'll run over you. I have to get through. I have to get my heavy weapons out. I have to go forwards." They didn't do anything. I drove on, and they leapt out. I drove over the jeep, and on we went.
The German army had been forced to flee from their enemy, and these beaten, bleeding men were all that remained of the 60 German divisions that did battle during the struggle for Normandy. With the Falaise action complete, Allied armour could now move south into the open country of France. Les Dining was among the tank units that had to negotiate the wreckage that had once been the German army.
It was a very large, sort of, as I remember it, 6 or 8 wheel German lorry with the driver sitting in with his hands on the steering wheel with the back of his head just gone. I mean, they were strewn around all over the place. I mean, there were corpse upon corpse upon corpse, horses upon horses upon horses. I mean, you know, dead and bits and pieces. I mean, this is war. When you see such destruction of your opponent, is probably the way to put it, you realise that you're on your way to the winning.
The disaster was almost entirely of Hitler's own making, although as he surveyed the wreckage of his once proud Western Army, he certainly didn't believe that to be so. Cursing the incompetence of his generals, he continued to lead Germany to its final defeat 9 months later. But in Normandy in August 1944, Montgomery had finally won the victory, albeit at great cost. And exactly as planned in Operation Overlord, the Allies were in Paris just 90 days after D-Day.
I never had any hate for the German soldier. He was, as you put it at one stage, somebody there who was born in a different country and perhaps was doing what he had to do.
Who likes to lose a war? But you have to realize that you cannot fight a war against the entire world, and that, in the end, wars should be just. Or could be just. He is a comrade, he had to fight. I am a comrade. I had to fight too.
With the Ardennes, one had to always, the possibility there would be a counterattack.
At night they would what they call stonkers. You get these flaming onions of shells coming over and different things, and you just batten down.
We realised, of course, how formidable the German army was.
You're never defeated unless you admit it.
El Alamein and Normandy. Battles that shaped the future of the world. Dunkirk, Cassino, and Arnhem. In World War II Revisited, we go back with soldiers who fought on both sides of those epic struggles. Men who 60 years ago were deadly enemies meet now, sometimes for the first time, at the scenes of some of the most momentous battles of the Second World War. In this program, an Englishman and a German come face to face in the Ardennes, the quiet region in Belgium that was the scene of Hitler's last gamble in the West during 1944.
After the D-Day landings, I think there was a great deal of jubilation in England, and they thought that the war was taking a good course, that it would be ended soon. And I think they really thought there that it was quite easy going here.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. There were some terribly fierce battles, and a lot of blood was shed.
Yeah.
The late months of 1944 brought nothing but bad news for Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich. By then, there was virtually no hope of Germany winning the war that the Führer had started with such zeal 5 years earlier. And everywhere he looked, his enemies were closing in. On the Eastern Front, Soviet forces were advancing relentlessly towards Germany. To the south, Italy had been lost. And in the west, the Allied armies were pushing on through France and the Low Countries after the successful D-Day landings. Making a mockery of the promise that no bombs would fall on German territory, her towns and cities were being pounded day and night by Allied bombers. Hitler himself was now living in a bubble of self-delusion and fantasy that dictated German strategy. In July 1944, he had somehow survived an attempt to kill him by desperate and disillusioned officers of the German army. Now he saw treachery, cowardice, and incompetence at every turn. There was, though, one last chance to salvage something from the wreckage. A final opportunity to win time for Germany to develop the new V2 terror weapon and a breathing space for its armies to regroup. Hitler planned that his last great gamble would be an offensive in the picturesque Ardennes region of Belgium.
During the day, you couldn't show yourself, because at that time we didn't know whether the American units had set up forward posts in the woods, because opposite us the land rose up steeply. The mountains were called the Ardennes.
The Ardennes was no stranger to the bitter fighting that characterized the latter stages of World War II. Through it ran the infamous German West Wall, known to the Allies as the Siegfried Line. This was the defensive line that the Allies had to breach if they were ever to set foot on German soil as they advanced from the west. Nearly 60 years on, at this section of the Siegfried Line, we brought together Gordon Newton, a veteran of the 9th British Para Division, and Klaus Schulz, then of the German 353rd Infantry Division.
Hello.
Klaus, nice to meet you in the middle of the Siegfried Line.
Very glad to meet you here, also in a place which was actually our location in September 1944.
I'm not so sure I'd like to meet you then. You probably had me in your sights and dispelled any belief I had in immortality.
Even though the Siegfried Line had become virtually obsolete by 1944, Klaus and the other German soldiers manning it knew it was the last line of defense for Germany in the West.
The things which you see here, these concrete structures, are actually were supposed to be tank obstacles. This one is the line, actually 5 trains of these things, and the part of the Siegfried Line, or in German we call it the West Wall, which run for about 630 miles from Switzerland to the Netherlands. And it was a mixture of these tank obstacles and concrete bunkers. The Americans called them pillboxes because of the shape of those bunkers. And there were 14,000 actually of them.
The company was divided amongst the West Wall bunkers, and the bunkers hadn't been used for several years. They were damp, clammy, and smelled musty.
We realised, of course, how formidable the German army was. There was a certain amount of anxiety, because we knew they wouldn't give in. They wouldn't give an inch unless they had to. We were the same, of course.
The Allied forces, which had advanced so swiftly during July and August of 1944, were now up against a regrouped German army, intent on defending the fatherland.
Initially the attacks also with tanks, but there were some Germans with Panzerfaust, and when the first Panzerfaust was shot, well, the tanks turned tails, and there were no tanks for quite a while.
If
a tank was destroyed with a Panzerfaust, that often happened at close quarters, and it was hit and burned. Then you saw the hatch go up, because the tank was standing still. You heard the screams. But they were soon silenced. One man might get out through the hatch. But almost all the men inside were injured with burns.
In the autumn of 1944, there were costly battles fought in the area around Aachen and in the Hurtgen forest. Klaus Schultz was just 17 when he was transferred to the front line and into the Hurtgen forest.
Do you think you would lose Germany to the Allies?
At that time, not at that time, not yet. I thought that we would have a chance to drive them back. I would have been satisfied if they just would have gone back to Belgium and settled there. Yeah. So this was all wrong. That came later.
In the forest, the Germans had control of dams, which the Allies realized could be breached to create havoc for miles around. The celebrated Dam Busters air raid in May 1943 had demonstrated the awesome destructive power of millions of gallons of water, and the Allies were determined not to have the tables turned on them. The Allies' aim of capturing the dams meant that there was bloody fighting between American and German troops in the appalling, claustrophobic conditions of the thick woodland.
You were just listening in for strange noises. And immediately when somebody started shooting next to you, you started also shooting. You never mind what that was, you know. You didn't know. You cannot, in such a forest, you cannot attack with a regiment. It's impossible, because that will be split within minutes into perhaps 20 to 25 sections. And easily what would result that in would be friendly fire.
If there had been a great many losses, then there was a short ceasefire. Or someone with a Red Cross flag stood up or waved. And then there was no more firing. And the Yanks said, "Go on and fetch your wounded." And the Americans took away their dead.
Thick pine trees, 100 feet tall, formed what appeared to be a roof over the forest, making it dark and gloomy, even on bright days. There was little undergrowth, and the lower limbs of the trees interlocked, so that men had to stoop as they fought their way forward. Fog, sleet, rain, and snow added to their difficulties. The stubbornness of the German defenders meant that the Americans had to use several different methods to try and break through their fortifications.
In one case, there had been a bazooka actually on that machine gun sticking out there, or on the entrances. Other modes were working a flamethrower on a pillbox. And later in the war, by November, the Americans came out with a concrete piercing shell, and that also worked that way.
The high concentration of forces in this relatively small area, coupled with the static nature of the fighting, means that even today, artifacts from the battle are still being found and recovered in the forest.
And this was actually very tricky,
Yeah.
this one, because some sort of had the idea to go off as a gun wanted, not as you wanted.
That's right. And this is the American that was found in 1998.
Yes, in January. Yeah.
You won't need it again, will he?
The battle in the Hurtgen forest dragged on for 3 months and was still raging when Hitler decided to turn defense into attack. On December the 16th, 1944, he launched his last major offensive of the war through the Ardennes. The Ardennes had become the focus of all Hitler's hopes. His plan was to muster an army that would deliver a surprise counter-offensive over the Christmas of 1944. The shock of an unexpected German attack would, he hoped, threaten the fragile alliance between the British, Americans and Soviets and cause it to collapse. Meanwhile, the German army could capture Antwerp, the main supply port for the Allied armies in the West, and so force the British, Canadian and American armies to evacuate to Britain, or, better still, surrender. The trouble was that Hitler's plan was fatally flawed. It assumed too much, was born out of desperation, and was full of ifs and buts. The German generals certainly had no faith in it, but had little choice but to carry it out. How, they probably asked themselves, was an army outnumbered 4-1 supposed to carry out this attack successfully? And what if the Allied alliance didn't collapse?
If Hitler separated them, then he could encircle and destroy the Americans or the British. But he didn't think about the fact that the Americans had 3 times as many weapons as us, and countless tanks, planes, ammunition, and above all else, fuel. And we couldn't get at their fuel dumps.
The offensive was fraught with difficulties from the very start. If the planned objectives were to be achieved, speed was vital, and the thickly wooded Ardennes region was hardly ideal for rapid movements of men and tanks, something that the German soldiers already knew through fighting off American attacks in the area.
Warfare was not dynamic here. The advantage of tanks and trucks and so on, and even jeeps, was lost in the forest.
During the attack then, emphasis was on securing the vital road network which cut through the Ardennes. Travelling on the roads, though, was risky for the German armour, as the Allies easily held air superiority in the region. This is why Hitler deliberately waited for winter to attack, as he believed that that was when most of the Allied air force would be grounded. But the timing of the attack was another indication of Hitler's muddled thinking. The weather took no one's side. The atrocious conditions that hampered the Allies also made life hell for the Germans. The other main problem for the Germans was supply. Chronically short of fuel, ammunition and artillery, they were told to capture their own fuel as they advanced, and this slowed the all-important Panzer tanks. In contrast, the Allies were very well supplied. However, there was one crucial factor that worked very much in the Germans' favour. The Ardennes sector was thinly defended, held by inexperienced or battle-weary US troops. Ludwig Lindemann was part of the German 26th Volksgrenadier Division, which had recently been moved to the Ardennes region. He knew he would soon be part of a major offensive in that area.
We made continuous observations, and during the trips I made back to the regimental command post, I saw that large amounts of artillery and tanks had been set up everywhere in the woods to the east, behind the west wall. Even in the villages, ammunition and tank shells were piled up under covers, together with countless canisters. 20-litre canisters, or larger, lined the edges of the roads in the woods and villages.
We were there with one objective, and this objective was that to throw back the attacking forces to Belgium in order to guard our fatherland, yeah? Because these forces were on our grounds. And that was quite different than fighting with them in France or in Belgium or the Netherlands or in Luxembourg. And that is actually of which I think kept the fighting spirit up.
The Ardennes offensive is better known to history as the Battle of the Bulge, and this is just what the Germans planned to create, a huge bulge in the Belgian countryside that would split the Allied forces. To the south was the US Army under General George Patton, while to the north were the British under Field Marshal Montgomery. On the morning of the 16th of December 1944, a huge German artillery barrage opened up along a front almost 85 miles long. Ludwig Lindemann was on the front line. His unit's objective was the village of Hosingen.
It was said afterwards that 30,000 shells fell on Hosingen. I couldn't count them, but it was terrible. The ground shook. You thought the world was coming to an end because it was happening just in front of us. And when the last artillery gun had stopped firing, we were told, "Company advance."
Although intended mainly to surprise and confuse the Allies, the bombardment created gaps in their lines into which the Germans poured troops, isolating some Allied positions, killing large numbers, and taking many prisoner.
As I advanced through the gardens of Hosingen, I saw several Americans running out of the houses to the rear. 2 of them in their underclothes. They hadn't even had time to put on their uniforms, trying to get out of our line of fire.
The attack certainly came as a shock to the Allies, who struggled at first to get information that would provide a full picture of the position at the front. It is true that the Ardennes still holds the record as the biggest surrender of troops in American military history. But nevertheless, the US forces grimly held on to strategically vital positions, such as Elsenborn Ridge in the north and Bastogne in the south.
We advanced quite speedily, but also had the first losses. The expectation that the Americans would abandon their positions proved to be an error of judgment on our part. They defended tenaciously. We should have known that following the fighting on the Atlantic coast.
The American resistance at Elsenborn in particular was vital. Without the capture of the ridge, the Germans could not drive on to cross the river Meuse, which had to be done quickly if they were to press on to Antwerp. The only German formation to make real progress in this area was a force of 4,000 infantry and 100 tanks called Kampfgruppe Peiper, which, although it pushed deep into Belgian territory, was completely alone and unsupported. It was Kampfgruppe Peiper that became involved in one of the war's most notorious incidents, an episode that typified the savagery of the fighting in the Ardennes and which still causes debate today. It happened near Malmedy. On the 17th of December, an American patrol discovered the frozen bodies of nearly 100 of their countrymen lying in the snow, clearly as a result of a massacre. The Americans were, not surprisingly, horrified. They accused the Germans of a murderous, cold-blooded war crime. The Germans insisted that the troops were shot trying to escape. Whatever happened, it now seemed that the barbarous nature of the fighting on the Eastern Front had been imported to the war in the West. And some days after the Malmedy incident, another grisly scene was uncovered by British troops in the small Belgian village of Bande.
A civilian came up to me, waving his arms in the air, and waving to me. He obviously wanted me to go along with him. He got me to a house where the house seemed to be collapsed. And then he got in and he went in, so I followed. And looked in, and then when I looked under the roof, which had been collapsed, there was a smell that was unpleasant in spite of the cold. And I looked in, I could see various bodies.
The innocent civilians in the house had been killed by the Gestapo in retribution for a partisan attack in the area the previous September, when 3 German soldiers had been killed. American troops had liberated Bande before the Germans could respond, but in the Ardennes offensive the village had been retaken by the Germans and old scores brutally settled. Gordon Newton was among the British troops who'd found the murdered civilians.
If you look round now, that doorway was as it is now, and underneath this memorial there is a cellar. And just before dusk, 30 young men, the youngest of the community, were marched along this road in threes, halted and told to face the road. Whereupon a Feldwebel, I think it's about sergeant, went to the last man and touched him on the shoulder, brought him here, presented him to that doorway, and as he came through the doorway, an officer shot him behind the ear and tossed him in the cellar. This is the cellar where the martyrs actually lay. This monument was built with a picture of each of the martyrs. But when they got the bodies out, they couldn't get them into the coffins because they're in such grotesque positions. So we had to break the arms, cut the tendons, and we finally got them into their coffins.
I heard about liquidation commands of the security service going around. I think this wasn't the only incidents. There were others, and there's just one thing. You see, German army people looked actually, I should say, disrespect on the security service. Nevertheless, it served under the German flag, and in that respect, I think we should be ashamed of these people who performed such a cruel, unjustifiable act.
By the 19th of December, the surprise element of the German attack had gone, and it began to become more and more fragmented. The Americans, who had taken the brunt of the assault, had performed heroically, particularly as they were so inexperienced. Many were cooks and hospital orderlies, pressed by the desperate situation into taking up arms. Some of the most heroic defending by the US forces was at Bastogne. For the Germans, it was vital to take this town in order to control the road network in the area. Without it, their attack would soon peter out.
On some tanks it was written in chalk, "See you in Paris." We thought, oh, they're brave. It won't be that easy to get down there. Because we knew what our speed of advance had been. We should already have been beyond Bastogne, according to the attack plan laid down by the Führer headquarters.
On the 19th of December, the Allies held a conference at Verdun to decide a strategy to push back the German advance. It was decided that the counterattack would be made from the south by 3 divisions of General Patton's Third Army. There were now 2 distinct battles, one to the north and one to the south. Field Marshal Montgomery assumed responsibility for all operations in the north, immediately bringing up the British 30 Corps as reinforcements.
2 o'clock one morning, the alarm went up, everybody jumped in the trucks, back up to Brussels, reload your tanks, put the guns back in, put the wireless back in, load up ammunition, going up to the Ardennes. So we went up by road. Oh, we had to whitewash the tanks because the Ardennes was covered in snow. And when we got there, we were in a little town called Namur.
Every battle-ready soldier in England was brought here to endeavour not only to stem the tide, but to push the Germans back. And we travelled incognito because we were airborne division, and we had to come along with our berets inside out, with our insignia missing, so that we looked like ordinary infantry troops, because they felt that if Hitler realised the desperation in bringing specialist troops over here, it might have made him change his mind and try and keep going.
Montgomery was an experienced campaigner who now had, despite his differences with others in Allied command, a reputation for getting things done. His was a steadying influence as the Allies sought to seize the initiative from the Germans.
We were lorried up to a place called Humaine. And when we went into this village, you thought it'd been atom bombed. It was only a small village. There was American tanks lying about, destroyed, lorries, jeeps, tanks, and we were distributed into various directions. And my particular company went forward up onto a ridge which overlooked the German positions.
The weather at the start of the offensive, which had been cold and wet, was now freezing. With snow now falling, it made life difficult for both the Allies and the Germans.
Within a few days, you had about 2 feet of snow. And it was getting colder and colder and colder. And there was only one advantage. And that is that the mechanism of the mines had totally frozen, and so they didn't do any harm anymore. So in the foxholes, every morning they picked up a few fellows who had fallen asleep and were stiff and dead.
The main snag that we experienced was our airborne smocks were green and brown and were rather obvious against the white snow, which we didn't like, particularly when we were patrolling. And we had to, shall I say, requisition a number of white sheets, which we improvised as cloak, a sort of cloak to cover our dark colours.
I remember one thing we learned very quickly, and that was that when a field is covered with ice and snow, you don't know there's a pond in the middle, because one of our guys found out, and they were up to the turret in freezing cold water. So we were told in future, if you've got to cross a field, take to the hedges, because it's unlikely to have a pond up to the hedges, but it don't go straight across a field.
Erstmal kam der Nachschub nicht so schnell.
First of all, the supplies didn't get through so fast on the narrow roads of the Ardennes, where it's hilly. And in the meantime, the winter had set in. The roads froze and were covered in ice.
Although the end was in sight for Hitler's last offensive in the West, there were still some extraordinary episodes to be played out. One involved the German 150th Panzer Brigade, ordered to penetrate deep behind the Allied lines, with the express aim of creating panic and confusion in the Allied ranks. They were also told to capture and hold vital river crossings, long enough for the main army to reach them. What made the 150th Panzer Brigade so remarkable was that it made use of captured American jeeps and adapted German tanks so that they would look like those used by the Americans.
They were managing to capture American vehicles, uniforms, and dog tags, identity tags, and come over the bridge into our area disguised as Americans. And unless they opened their mouth, you didn't know that Americans were waving them on over the bridge. And it was Germans.
As small units were stopped and arrested by suspicious Americans, the rumor started that large numbers of Germans were operating behind the lines, posing as friendly forces.
In the end, it got so uncertain and so unsafe that they said, right, at midnight tomorrow, anybody the other side of that river, any American's been told he's got to make it to this side by midnight, and after that, whatever comes over those bridges, you blow up. And it doesn't matter if it's got the stars and stripes on it, you will blow it up.
Sometimes, though, the Germans didn't even need to disguise themselves to be mistaken for Americans, especially in the dense forest of the Ardennes.
See, one of the problems we had was that the German helmet, at times, looks not unlike an American helmet.
Yeah.
And on two occasions, we walked into a German unit, you know, thinking they were Americans. Over there, and they weren't over there at all. It was a flipping Germans. And we found ourselves in a tight situation because we thought they were Americans.
Despite these dramas, the German Ardennes offensive was now reaching its high watermark. The Allies were able to reinforce their positions with many more men and supplies. The Germans had no such luxury. All in all, the Allies were able to commit the equivalent of 35 fresh divisions to the battle. The Germans managed to scrape together just 8. By the 23rd of December, the weather had lifted enough for the Allies to be able to resume air attacks, and another nail was hammered into the German army's coffin.
Bis dahin, es war der 21. oder 22. wohl, da war es ja
Up until the 21st and 22nd, it was raining. Sleet was falling, which froze at night. But it was misty, so that enemy planes weren't able to fly large-scale missions, which was to our advantage, of course. We didn't need to expect anything from the air during those days. That changed on about the 22nd or 23rd, just before Christmas. So that the American and British Air Forces gave us a great deal of trouble.
All along the front, the attack was faltering or had ground to a halt. By Christmas Eve, even Kampfgruppe Piper was completely cut off, out of fuel and out of hope. The surrounded American troops at Bastogne had welcomed the arrival of the clear skies. From the air, supplies now reached them, and enemy positions could be attacked by Allied fighter planes and bombers. The German soldiers could only look on helplessly.
Es ging ja nun auf Weihnachten zu und Bastogne hatten
Christmas was approaching, and we had completely encircled Bastogne. And on the 23rd or 24th, we saw the Americans bringing over huge formations of transport gliders. And the gliders landed in front of our lines at the edge of Bastogne, on American-held territory, bringing in food, ammunition, all kinds of supplies.
On the 26th of December, news reached Allied command that General Patton had finally broken through the German ring around Bastogne and was holding open a corridor so further men and supplies could reinforce the town.
Wir konnten also von der 26. das nicht ganz allein halten. Wir hatten dadurch
We of the 26th couldn't hold it on our own.
vorbeigestoßen war die Panzerlehrdivision südlich.
We did have support. The Panzer-Lehr Division passed us to the south, and the 2nd Panzer Division was almost at the River Maas by then, but supplies didn't arrive. And from then on, we were in retreat.
Von da an ging es ja rückwärts.
The 26th of December also saw the Germans reach the very farthest point of the advance into Belgium. It came in the south, at Celle, although a few tanks had struggled on as far as Dinant the previous day, but were turned back by British 30 Corps. This was the end. The Germans were almost out of fuel and had lost so many troops it was impossible to go on. Gordon Newton remembers the turning of the tide.
The British troops were on this ridge and the Germans were down in the dip, and we heard them moving out and began to chase them. We let them have a couple of days start and then we went after them.
Da hatte der Amerikaner unheimlich viele Panzer aufgefahren und auch Infanterie.
The Americans had brought up huge numbers of tanks and infantry, and we had very high losses, so that the company was almost completely wiped out. The commanders of the individual groups were dead. There were no more platoon commanders, or they had been captured by the Americans.
The only man in German high command who could not see the hopelessness of the situation was Adolf Hitler, and as he did at El Alamein and in Normandy, he issued another order to stand and fight. The Bulge, said the Führer, must be held as a base for further planned offensives. The order was almost laughable, as what remained of his armies were already being steadily pushed back. Only the cautious approach of the Allies and the weather stopped the advance being made at higher speed. Ludwig Lindemann had had enough. But whilst retreating with what remained of his company, he was stopped by a German military police patrol near the Belgium-German border and ordered to turn around.
Da wollten uns die da Oberbefehlshaber sagt auch halt. Und sagte, wir müssen
The Sergeant Major said that we had to stop and gather together for a new mission. I said, you can go, and if you don't get out of my way, I drew my pistol. I'm not going to the left or the right, I'm going straight on. We have come from the front and are the remains of a company. Well, he said after a long talk, if you want to, I'll step aside. I said, you're lucky.
From the air, the Allied planes rained death and destruction on the German army, just as they had during the battles for Normandy. A glimmer of hope came at the beginning of January when the Luftwaffe made its own attacks on Allied airfields, destroying some 300 Allied aircraft. These were costly raids, though. More than 100 aircraft and 200 precious pilots were lost. The costs eventually far outweighed the gains, and the raids were stopped. Hitler did launch smaller offensives to try and secure the Bulge, On New Year's Eve 1944, Operation Nordwind, involving some 10 divisions, huffed and puffed with no success. The following day, 1,000 fighters and fighter bombers made a low-level attack in what was called Operation Bodenplatte. Many were shot from the sky. On the 28th of January, the Ardennes offensive, the Battle of the Bulge, was declared officially over, and Adolf Hitler was left to count the cost of his last great gamble. He had decided to go on the offensive in the Ardennes, despite all advice to the contrary, and the German army had paid the price.
I think we all felt we were a damn sight better than the other side, and there was no question. The question never arose that who will win. And the point is, well, we'd go on to the end.
When we ordinary soldiers saw that a victory for the German army was no longer possible, peace should have been negotiated around Bastogne, whatever the terms. The lives of many victims would have been spared.
More than 100,000 German troops had been killed or wounded during the battle. 2/3 of German tanks had been lost. All German reserve armies had been wiped out. There were none left. Germany was virtually powerless to stop the relentless Russian advance on Berlin, the fall of which was now only a few weeks away. Allied losses during the Ardennes offensive amounted to more than 80,000 men, the vast majority of whom were American. Their sacrifices ensured that Hitler's dream of prolonging the war was shattered, and that in the spring of 1945, Germany was finally defeated.
You thought, my God, this is really going to be it.
We were 6 volunteers. I'm the only one that left.
Well, it was pretty distressing.
Normandy, Dunkirk, the Ardennes, among the most crucial battles of all time. Arnhem, Monte Cassino. In World War II Revisited, we go back with soldiers who fought on both sides during those epic struggles. Men who 60 years ago were implacable enemies, but who meet now, sometimes for the first time, at the scenes of some of the most momentous battles of the Second World War. In this program, 2 English veterans and an old German soldier come face to face in the Egyptian desert wasteland of El Alamein, where many thousands of men died, but where they survived.
Brings back a lot of memories, doesn't it?
Well, it sure does. What about this Lily Marley? After all, it's your song which we've pitched, isn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
True enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Underneath the lamplight by the Barons Gate. So wollen wir uns wiedersehen, bei der Laterne wollen wir stehen, wie einst Lili Marleen, wie einst Lili Marleen.
Cheers again. You have a very good health. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers to us.
Wie gerne wollt ich
Today, El Alamein is an unimpressive ridge of sand, gravel and rock. A railway, a road, a tiny settlement, and little else. Yet in 1942, this was the scene of a titanic tactical battle of cat and mouse between Field Marshal Rommel and General Montgomery. Here, the Allies showed for the first time that the German army could be beaten.
I think that's the same as 59 years ago, 2 against 1.
Yes,
Normandy has 200,000 men, Rommel had 90,000 men.
That's right.
We had 300 German tanks, and the Italians had 200, but very weak tanks.
We had about 1,000.
And you had 1,000 tanks.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
7th Division, 1st Division, 10th Division.
Yeah. Yeah, but your tanks were much bigger than ours. And they had more armour plate on them.
Between 1940 and 1942, Britain and her Commonwealth committed every man that could be spared to the war for Northern Africa. For Hitler, North Africa may have been secondary to the battles for Europe and Russia, but for Churchill, it was no sideshow. He was determined that Allied forces would stop the Axis forces that were sweeping towards the oil-rich Middle East.
We arrived out in Egypt, it would be October, to a camp site in the desert, a mile or two outside Alexandria, quite near the sea.
So every morning we had a swim, and in the evening we had a swim, and during the middle of the day we had a swim, so it was lovely.
The relative luxury of these early days was soon replaced by the harsh realities of desert warfare. The first moves in a series of battles that would turn the tide of the war came in December 1940, when a small British force chased a much larger Italian army back some 500 miles, from the Egyptian border to El Aguila. It was a humiliating defeat for the Italians, who were clearly not going to win control of North Africa by themselves. Returning to El Alamein after nearly 60 years, Les Hooper and Neville Gilman remember very well the British view of the Italian army.
One of the notices near the Italian memorial, which says, we did not lack courage, we lacked good fortune, which shows they were very sensitive, I think, because the Germans regarded them as being rubbish. The
Italians were good soldiers. They were very badly equipped. And as far as the naval fleet was concerned, which had a good reputation and was quite powerful, there was often amazement in Germany that, for most of the time, it remained in the docks and rarely went into action.
The British troops had really beaten the Italian army, and they went right back beyond Benghazi, by which time the British lines of communication were very stretched, and the Germans then reinforced the Italians, sent Rommel over to take command of the whole outfit, and they then counterattacked.
This counterattack pushed the Allied forces back to Tobruk. Here, at this strategically vital port, they were subjected to a horrendous 8-month siege. It was clear to all, even the Allies, that Rommel was an innovative commander. He knew what his armies could do and had absolute confidence in his men. Alfred Stoislav was a lieutenant serving in the German 5th Tank Regiment, and he remembers the respect held for Rommel within the German ranks.
Ich habe ihn zwar nur einmal gesehen, aber ich habe gehört und mir war bekannt.
I only saw him once, but I heard and I knew that he didn't avoid any strains or hardships. He was always up at the front lines, and a commander in the field had to lead from the front in Africa, simply because the ground demanded it.
Gelände das erforderte.
There's no doubt about it that there was these sort of joking references. What a pity we can't have Rommel running 7th Armoured Division. We do quite well, and things like that.
After the costly failure of the attempt to lift the siege of Tobruk, a second British offensive, codenamed Operation Crusader, began in November 1941. After heavy fighting, the Allies managed to break out.
Eventually, we did manage to get further on. The Germans did pull back, and in fact we then did extremely well and got right round the bulge of Libya, past Benghazi and down to the Gulf of Sirte, a place called Al-Aghala.
And the same thing really happened again. The lines of communication became so extended that, whereas the German lines, of course, contracted, so it was easier for them to keep supplied. And for the second time, Rommel counterattacked.
The Germans once again swept eastwards, pushing the Allies back on the defensive. In May 1942, there was a fierce fight at Gazala, during which Rommel led a spectacular advance through thick minefields. The irresistible German push continued apace, thrusting on deep into Egypt. In June 1942, the unthinkable happened. Tobruk was surrendered, and 25,000 Allied troops were taken prisoner. The Rommel legend was firmly established, and he was promoted to Field Marshal by his delighted Führer. By July 1942, however, when the German forces finally paused to draw breath, they were utterly exhausted and dangerously short of fuel, food and water. But their 800-mile advance through North Africa had left them just 80 miles from Alexandria.
Also ich denke, dass unsere Überlegenheit in den ersten
I think that our superiority in the first years, during the initial period, stemmed from the fact that the German leadership was much more flexible, more imaginative, not obstinate. They permitted and made possible considerable independence of action by commanders of the troops who were further down the chain of command.
Rommel's bold leadership was not the only reason for the German domination. As Clifford Pace explains, the German tanks were also superior to those of the Allies.
We never had parity with the German tanks, and they always had thicker armour. They were the first people to double up the thickness of the front of their tanks by bolting extra plates on. But the great thing was the penetrating power of their guns. Their tank guns had an extremely high muzzle velocity.
By contrast, the 2-pounder guns of the British Crusader tanks were simply no match in firepower.
I've just seen a Crusader.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes, that one there.
Yeah. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Only trouble was that
with its pop gun.
Yeah, there's pop
which
gun.
we used to call it, the 2-pounder.
Yeah.
The pop gun. Yes. You know, that fires corks.
Yeah. They were very corks.
for all the use they were, they might have been corks. Yeah.
How many men were in the Crusader?
Four.
Four.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah.
Not very brilliant one.
Yeah.
What had they to do, the four?
Well, there was a tank commander.
Yes.
The gunner.
Loader.
Gunner and loader, and the gunner and the wireless operator and loader, and the driver. But actually, when you come to look at it, the Crusader tank is a very well designed thing. I mean, it's very low, isn't it?
Very
a
low.
small target and
yes,
whatnot.
yes.
And it was very fast too.
Yes, yes.
It went very fast, which was handy on occasion.
I think that was important.
Yes, it was.
To be fast.
Depends which way you would
that
go.
direction.
Of course, the conditions in which these tanks fought during the North African campaign were unlike any other theatre of battle in the Second World War.
It was like a battle at sea where the ships appear and everything that moves can be seen. And it was a similar thing with the tanks in the desert. It was a kind of battle at sea.
It was an ideal ground for operating armour and vehicles.
I mean, there's no trees, no grass, just sand and rubble, and it was so hot. It was 120 in the shade. So if you were a little bit that way inclined, you could go off the rocker.
You got used to it. Got used to sand in your sandwiches. Used to living very frugally. The worst problem was water.
Water, like every other item of supply, had to be shipped in. Petrol, ammunition and food had to be carried hundreds of miles to reach the troops.
All the people used to come and get their water, and we were supplied by a Palestinian group that brought in Bowsers. You know, they brought up thousands of gallons and put them into our support tanks, and then we fed the troop.
We only got half a ration at times, and at a very low level we had 2 pints per man per day of water, and at the worst it got down to 1 pint per man for all purposes, which included washing, shaving and everything you can think of. I learnt to have a bath in a tin mug of water.
The German forces too had their supply problems that were made worse by their rapid advance into Egypt. Alfred Stoisloff explains.
If you just think of the supply lines from Germany to us in Egypt, right through Italy, that was 2,000 kilometers from Germany across the Mediterranean, which we didn't control, because the English had absolute superiority in the air and with their overseas forces from their base on Malta. And then the materials were unloaded at Tripoli and had another 1,000 kilometers to travel along the coast road.
Despite these supply problems, Pat Dias remembers that there was sometimes an opportunity for a surprise meal.
We were somewhere 500 miles in the desert, and up came the fitters, and one of them saw an animal loping across the desert and picked up his rifle, and he must have been a very good shot. He shot it, and the fitter's truck went over and picked it up and found it was a cheetah, not normal to the desert. So he brought it back, and my gunner was a butcher in civilian life. So he skinned it and chopped it up into chops. And that night, we had cheetah chops instead of bully beef. The next morning, early morning, a jeep arrived, and he said, "Excuse me, gentlemen, you have not seen our regimental mascot, have you?" I could feel it in my stomach.
It was the arrival of a British commander to match Rommel that signalled an upturn in Allied fortunes. General Bernard Montgomery, a tenacious and determined leader who took command of the 8th Army in August 1942, replaced Sir Claude Auchinleck.
By the time Monty came out, he had very definite ideas of how the battle should be conducted, which was a change because previously we had always been reacting to the Germans who were doing the attacking.
Where Rommel was bold, though, Montgomery was cautious, working strictly within the limitations of his army. It was perhaps his great achievement in the war that in North Africa and later in Europe, Montgomery fought to the strengths of his country's brave but inexperienced citizen armies. It wasn't long before Montgomery demonstrated his considerable leadership skills. At Alam Halfa in August 1942, he commanded the Allied forces in a heroic stand against Rommel's Afrika Korps. When Montgomery took over the 8th Army, he quickly realized it needed rest, retraining, and resupply. So he decided that when Rommel's forces made their next assault, the 8th Army would not attempt to counterattack. It would fight entirely on the defensive in order to repel them.
undoubtedly, at the time that Montgomery came out there, morale was very poor. I mean, it's documented that there were all sorts of plans and people sort of evacuating and all that sort of thing. And then Monty came out and more or less said there would be no retreat. We stand here and fight, and if necessary, we die.
Montgomery chose to make his stand because he knew that the terrain made it impossible for Rommel to carry out his favourite attacking manoeuvre, a long outflanking hook southward into the desert, and then around and behind the Allied positions. 40 miles south of El Alamein lay the Great Katara Depression, a huge area of soft sand that was impassable even for Rommel's army. Rommel's hook this time would have to be much shorter, and it would therefore be easier to defend. Montgomery secretly laid dense minefields in front of the British lines. A strong British force was concealed on and beside the Alam Halfa Ridge, which lay halfway down the British positions. Rommel thrust against the south of the Allied positions, employing the cream of his army, the 21st and 15th Panzer Divisions.
Plan was drawn up that at a place called Alam Halfa, that the big stand would be made, and they dug in the tanks. They had to dig them in, and so that they were what was known as hull down position. That's the bottom of the tank was covered, and just the turret looking over the top. And all fairly dramatic instructions, you will stay there, there will be no withdrawals, and you will fight to the last.
As the thick minefields and strong Allied resistance along the Alam Halfa Ridge slowed their advance, Rommel tried to find a gap between it and the New Zealand Division, but their repeated attacks were met with murderous Allied defensive fire. After 3 days' hard fighting, Rommel recognized that a breakthrough was impossible and began slowly to withdraw his army. By the 7th of September 1942, all fighting in the area had ended. General Montgomery had won the first defensive battle of the campaign and had demonstrated that Rommel's armies could be beaten. Now he had to prepare his army for the much more difficult task of attacking the German forces, and to achieve that, the 8th Army required vast improvements in equipment, leadership, and tactics. New and better equipment was on the way. A huge convoy had just arrived with 300 new American Sherman tanks to join the 200 Grant tanks already received from America. These gave Montgomery an excellent force of tanks armed with 75mm guns.
I was never in a Sherman myself. They only arrived, just
fairly new,
sort of a month or so before the battle started, before Alamein started.
Yes.
And in fact, we hadn't got any Shermans until much later on.
We had in the 7th Division.
Yes, we had quite a number of Grants just before the Battle of Arnhem.
Yes.
But until then, the biggest thing that we had was the Churchill.
Montgomery also knew that he could count on the Allied air power. Alfred Stoishoff recalls his encounters with the famous British Spitfire.
I think these bloody things were hunting on us on the highway.
Yeah.
Very dangerous for us. And I think these aeroplanes were equal to our May 109.
Yes.
I think that were the best hunting flyers in the war. And they were hunting me in the Mediterranean.
Yes.
From Malta, coming from Malta with Beaufighters and Beauforts.
Yes.
And they succeeded to let us go down to the ground of the Mediterranean.
Although hundreds of new 6-pounder anti-tank guns also arrived to replace the inadequate 2-pounders, these were still no match for the German 88mm anti-tank guns. Even now, Neville Gilman still shudders at the memory. He was too often at the receiving end of their power.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like nasty things like our Spitfires. Yes, we didn't think much of them. They were converted anti-aircraft guns. The Germans used them in Spain in the Spanish Civil War. And the story is that an anti-aircraft battery, a German anti-aircraft battery in Spain, was attacked by some tanks, and they managed to lower the thing. They were in a position where they could lower the things and use these anti-aircraft guns to fire at the tanks. And they found if they hit them, they just blew the tanks to pieces. I mean, they're enormous things, colossal muzzle velocity and whatnot.
The 88mm gun was something that once heard, you never forgot it. It went across the top of the tank, if you were lucky, with a sound like a whiplash.
I mean, if you stood in a railway station and an intercity express has gone past at 100 miles an hour, you know, that was the sort of noise there was going over the top.
I bailed out 3 times and got away with it. We had a sergeant who bailed out of 15 tanks and got away with it. The unlucky ones were the lucky ones were the ones who were hit and killed outright. The unlucky ones were the ones who were wounded and couldn't get out when the tank burned. That was the worst scenario of all.
I looked at the one tank and the man's head was about that big.
Oh, I know, yes. If they caught fire, they
right,
just shrank, yeah. Yes.
There's not often much left when they burned out. It was a horrible death, though.
In an ideal world, Montgomery would have had time to train his replacement troops and make the new equipment desert-worthy. But during this crucial phase of the Desert War, time was short. There were pressing problems away from the battlefield. Malta was in dire need of a relief convoy, which could only sail if and when Britain controlled the airfields in Libya. The plan for Operation Torch, the secret Anglo-American invasion of French North Africa, planned for early November, had met with resistance from the French themselves, and an Allied victory in Egypt was badly needed in order to persuade French forces to cooperate with the landings. From London, Churchill insisted on an early attack, but Montgomery would not be swayed. He knew full well that outright victory was within his reach. Montgomery was fully aware of the task that awaited his men. He expected a week-long battle and that there would be some 10,000 Allied casualties. The reward, though, would be to hit Rommel for 6 right out of Africa. Two huge German minefields, known to the Allies as January and February, lay between the opposing forces.
There were minefields all the way down here. 2 of them, 2 lines.
I heard one number that Rommel had the time during nothing was to do.
Yeah, yes.
I heard we had 500,000 mines. 500,000 and this 60 kilometers.
Yes, yes.
Those same deadly minefields still claim victims to this very day. Only now it's not British soldiers who become casualties, but innocent local people. Some of these unfortunate souls showed their terrible wounds to our cameraman, providing harrowing evidence of what an exploding mine does to a human being. Although Rommel knew that a British offensive would come, he had no way of knowing the place or the time. With hindsight, it's perhaps extraordinary that, seeking to improve his increasingly poor health, the Field Marshal went on leave to the Alps. To convince the Germans that the attack would come to the south of El Alamein, the Allies carried out elaborate deceptions.
Our job, the 7th Armoured Division job, was to act as a feint attack down in the south.
We saw these large numbers of dummy tanks which our people were dotting about all over the place, most elaborate camouflaged formations were brought up and put in position overnight. Dummy water pipelines were put in position, all with the idea of defeating the German reconnaissance planes.
The real plan was to attack in the north, at night. The Allied troops were ordered to break through the deep German defences and then wait for tanks to follow them in. These would begin their attack after the infantry, with sappers clearing lanes for them through the thick German minefields.
So it came to the 23rd of October. And Monty issued his great order of the day. His was the famous one, when I came out, I said we were going to kick Rommel for 6 out of Egypt, and this is what we're going to do tonight, and let no man fight while he is still unwounded, and quite sort of dramatic thing. It boosted the adrenaline a bit. I mean, it was a bit frightening. You thought, oh God, this is really going to be it.
4 Allied infantry divisions were soon advancing on a 10-mile front. The decisive battle for North Africa had begun.
We advanced through our own minefield, and as we set off, we all had to coordinate our watches and so on. And the precise moment that we set off, the artillery barrage started from behind us. 1,500 guns opened up all at once. I mean, it was a fantastic experience and very heartening, because you thought, this is going to keep them quiet.
Ja, es war ein Riesenfeuerwerk.
The fireworks were massive. I had never seen the like of it before. It wasn't quite light, and there was just a wall of flashes and smoke in front of us.
As the Allied troops encountered the main German line of defence, the attack faltered. They were met by murderous machine gun fire as they pressed home their attack through the deep minefields.
There was so much small arms fire. We think the Germans were using machine guns firing on fixed lines as well as firing anti-tank shells. This machine gun fire, which was tracer and could be seen quite easily, was coming along probably no more than 4 or possibly 5 feet above the ground. So I lost sight of the others at that moment. I got down on my hands and knees and I finished the crawl back to the gap between the minefields on my hands and knees. I reckon I must have crawled probably half a mile or something like that. Anyway, with a bit of luck, I managed to make it.
During the bitter and confused fighting, 2 divisions, the Australian and New Zealand, reached their objective. But try as they might, 2 others stopped short. Unsure of their position, and with dawn approaching, there was little option. The Allied troops dug in to await the arrival of the tanks. They were to have a long wait.
There had been delays because we'd only got 2 lanes had been made through the minefield instead of 4, and everything got bunched up and so on. So by the time we got through, it was beginning to get daylight. So they decided we couldn't go through the second minefield as had been planned. So we spent the next day in between the 2 minefields. My tank was still a runner, but one after the other, the tanks went off the air. And I managed to get myself between 2 knocked out tanks, so I had a bit of shelter.
Montgomery rapidly changed the battle plan, and the 4 infantry divisions who had fought so hard and had taken so many casualties were rested. The new plan called for the 1st Armoured Division to attack by itself on a much narrower front towards Kidney Ridge. By using its own infantry brigades together with its tanks, it was hoped some of the confusion of the earlier fighting would be avoided. Meanwhile, Rommel returned to the desert to take command, and immediately launched an attack by the 21st and 15th Panzer Divisions, along with 2 Italian infantry divisions.
At the beginning, the main attack took place in the north, and that's where the first incursions were made. And when that became clear to Rommel, he tried to bring up forces from his southern flank to the coast. I was among them, with the 21st Tank Division, to which the 5th Tank Regiment belonged.
A ferocious battle developed around Kidney Ridge. Neville Gilman and Clifford Pace recall the fighting on the front line that day.
We were supposed to form a bridgehead the other side of the second minefield, and they were already waiting for us when we got there. And one by one, the tanks either ran over unidentified mines or were hit by the German anti-tank guns. But one after the other, the tanks went off the air.
You were hearing those usual words that Charlie 5 has brewed or Charlie 2 has had it, and you automatically registered who that was. But you really didn't have time to worry too much about things like that.
The savage fighting around Kidney Ridge was the first occasion in the war that serious losses were inflicted on the once all-powerful German armour, although the German guns, too, took their toll.
There was a tremendous, you could call it a tremendous thump, I suppose. And at the same time, a noise of tearing armour plate. Most peculiar. All this happened simultaneously. The shell had come in and it exploded, and there was absolutely deathly silence after the explosion. Nothing at all. The 2 crew must have been killed instantly. I mean, the force of the explosion, which had blown the side of the tank out, it was sticking up in the air. I realised my leg was broken because it was sticking out at a very peculiar angle that it could never have done otherwise. And by that time, the ammunition, which is stacked in a rack round the top of the turret, was beginning to burn. And I realised I must get myself out pretty smartish. And I managed to haul myself up on the gun mounting and onto the top of the gun, and then out onto the top of the turret, and I thought, well, it won't do me any good to jump with a broken leg. So I lined myself up and rolled off the top. And I sat there for about 10 minutes, and I heard some vehicles moving, so I heaved myself up and shouted. And it was a platoon of infantry. I think they had a Bren carrier and a couple of 1,500 weight trucks. And this young officer came over, and I said, look, you know, my leg's bust. Can you put me on one of your vehicles? And so he took me back.
2 nights later, the Australians attacked northwards towards the sea to take control of the coastal road. This was one of Montgomery's classic battle plans, varying the point of attack and keeping the enemy unbalanced and unsure. The attack stretched the German defences, forcing Rommel to commit his last trusted formation, the 90th Light Division, to the battle. The once irrepressible Field Marshal Rommel became deeply pessimistic at the prospects for an Axis victory. To add to his woes, Montgomery was now planning Operation Supercharge, the final thrust that would win the battle. Montgomery planned an attack in tandem. The Australians would push on again in the north to weaken the Germans, and then the New Zealanders pulling out of the line and repositioned, would strike through them to break out along the coastal road. Fresh brigades were to be committed to support the New Zealanders in order to maintain the pace of the attack. The Germans would therefore be pushed westward, away from the road, and into the desert. At 2 a.m. on the 2nd of November, the Australians made their attack in the north, followed as planned by the New Zealanders, who were supported by British infantry and armoured brigades. The fighting went on for 3 days and nights, and at first it followed a familiar pattern of stalemate. Most of the Allied tanks could not get through to support the infantry. Eventually, though, after very heavy fighting, there was enough armour to reduce the Afrika Korps to only 35 operational tanks. On the 3rd of November, Rommel sent a signal to Hitler announcing his intention to save the remainder of his army by retreating.
Soweit wie mir bekannt, hatte Rommel einen Lagebericht nach Berlin oder ins
Rommel sent a situation report to Berlin, or to the Wolfschanze headquarters, with the request that he should be allowed to initiate a withdrawal. The request was refused, whereupon Rommel said, "All right, I'm a soldier, I have to obey."
Of course, the Führer's dramatic order made little difference, because most of the Afrika Korps was now fighting for its life, or to find a way of escape. The final act came on the 4th of November, when the German and Italian forces began a rapid and totally shambolic retreat to the west.
Ja, der Rückzug litt vor allen Dingen unter Fahrzeugmangel.
The retreat suffered above all from lack of vehicles. We were not all motorized in Africa, and the infantry had to be taken back on the retreat too. The Great Retreat, which covered about 1,000 kilometers from the front lines at Alamein up to Tripoli. And fuel was scarce. There was no more ammunition, and of course, the repair workshops had already been closed down long before in order to retreat, so that it was hardly possible to carry out maintenance on broken down vehicles or tanks.
Under Montgomery's command, a decisive and momentous Allied victory had been achieved, but the cost in Allied lives had been heavy, with nearly 14,000 troops killed or wounded.
I know always when you got into Liga, into a formation at night, close formation in the desert, if you could, you used to walk around and ask for news of people, and when you were told that they hadn't made it, well, it was pretty distressing. Yes, I think that would be a fair comment on it.
Our cameras followed Les Hooper around the El Alamein war cemetery as he searched for the grave of one of his former comrades.
What I was looking for was a name of a chap whose body was never found. But, I mean, we could walk up and down here for hours. They probably had their caught fire or burned out or whatever, and that had any identity on them. All these sort of things happened during the war. Probably just, depending where they were found and how long they'd been there, rotted away perhaps. The ants eat it. The ants were good cleaners. There's one unknown.
"50,000 men of the Afrika Korps, half their number, had been killed, wounded or captured. It was not until the Germans had retreated westward, some 1,500 miles out of Egypt and almost out of Libya, that they were able to regroup and reorganize themselves. With the Operation Torch landings in French Northern Africa on the 8th of November, the clearing of all German forces out of Africa was now only a matter of time. The victory at El Alamein was one of the great turning points of World War II, a triumph that allowed Churchill to remark, "Before El Alamein, we never had a victory. Afterwards, we never had a defeat." In his twilight years, Bernard Montgomery revisited the battlefield with which his name will be forever linked. But it was a very different Montgomery to the man who had fought so hard during 1942. As he gazed upon the seemingly endless rows of British white crosses, the old warrior declined the opportunity to visit the Italian and German cemeteries that also stand on the battlefield. "I think," he said, "I've been responsible for enough deaths without seeing those too."
When we say these few words, let us include in our remembrance the thousands and thousands on the other side who also perished, and some of whose friends are with us today. They shall grow not old, as we who are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them.
There were 6 volunteers. I'm the only one that left. Yeah. Yes, I was lucky. Oh, well, that's life, isn't it?
The whole Dunkirk episode fills me even today with great shame. I hate it.
All this place was absolutely full of bodies, men lying about them. Some walking into the sea. It was terrible.
Our guns were trained on the fleeing people who couldn't defend themselves anymore, and we fired on them like crazy. I've no idea why.
We didn't see panic. Panic didn't exist. Everybody was too frightened to panic, I think.
Normandy, El Alamein, Monte Cassino, battles that shaped the future of the world. The Ardennes, Arnhem. In World War II Revisited, we go back with soldiers who fought on both sides during those epic struggles. Men who 60 years ago were implacable enemies meet now, sometimes for the first time, at the scenes of some of the most brutal battles of the Second World War. In this program, an Englishman and a German come face to face on the French beaches at Dunkirk. where thousands of Allied soldiers escaped the clutches of the German army during May and June 1940.
This is over 60 years ago, and here we are walking down the beaches.
Genau.
Together.
Ja.
I never thought it possible.
Ja.
I didn't. Just incredible.
This is Dunkirk, the seaport on the northern coast of France. Today, there are few obvious reminders that it was once the scene of one of the great dramas of World War II, the so-called Miracle of Dunkirk, when an entire army was ferried to safety by an armada of British ships. It was a glorious defeat that raised the spirits of the British nation, but confirmed the superiority of the German army. On the 10th of May 1940, Hitler's armies turned their attention to Western Europe. The Germans, using every means of attack possible, had crushed Poland, Norway, and Denmark. This was Blitzkrieg, meaning lightning war. Now it was the turn of France, Belgium, and Holland to feel the full might of the German forces, led by the fearsome Panzer divisions and supported from the air by the Luftwaffe. On the very same day that the German attack on Western Europe began, Winston Churchill succeeded Neville Chamberlain as British Prime Minister. Churchill and his new coalition government were immediately faced by an unhappy and serious state of affairs. 28 German divisions were sweeping through the Low Countries towards France and the northern coast. The Germans were attacking on 3 fronts. Holland surrendered on the 14th of May, while Army Group B was attacking Belgium. Thinking this to be the main German attack, 10 divisions of what was called the British Expeditionary Force, along with the French 1st and 7th Armies, were sent to meet them. They soon realized, however, that to the south, the Germans were also thundering through France.
At the time that the Germans invaded the Low Countries, we were on exercise in the area of the Somme. On hearing the news, our unit immediately moved back, and with a temporary halt in Ciceville to collect all our gear, we moved forward into Belgium.
We got tremendous reception from the Belgians, cheering crowds everywhere. We were amazed that the Germans made no effort to try and stop us, because of course they were dead keen that we should go up there.
We moved straight up to the River Dial, which was the first obstacle in front of the advancing Germans. And there we demolished a number of bridges in the hope of preventing the German onslaught.
The French had always assumed that the Ardennes was impenetrable for tanks, and so they'd got their reserve army stationed there, which broke fairly rapidly under the Blitzkrieg.
The Allied armies were unable to halt the rapid German advance, and by the 21st of May, the French and British forces were completely separated, split in 2 by the speed and effectiveness of blitzkrieg.
Und beim Einmarsch sind wir auch über Belgien.
We marched over Belgium, the Albert Canal, to the English Channel.
Kanal vorgestoßen. Und zwar über diesen
The Albert Canal had been taken by parachute units jumping out from gliders, so that we were able to march through without a problem.
Eingenommen und wir konnten freiweg durchmarschieren.
There was now the likelihood of a Belgian surrender, and the British were faced with the prospect of losing their access to the Channel ports, the lifeline of the British forces. Supplies were also running low. There was little to be done. Its commander, General Lord Gort, requested that the British War Office make plans to evacuate his army from France.
We were told, to our amazement and bewilderment, that we were going to withdraw because the French had apparently given way on our right flank. The Germans had broken through at Sedan and the Ardennes and were racing towards the Channel ports, and our right flank was exposed. So off we set, backwards, and that was the start of the withdrawal, which was to last a fortnight and take us to the beaches of Dunkirk.
Gort had selected Dunkirk as the place from which to rescue the British forces. The task of organising the evacuation in Britain was given to Vice Admiral Bertram Ramsay, the commander of Dover, and it was codenamed Operation Dynamo. Ordered to retreat, the British troops began to fall back towards the coast. Bob Pendleton, who was then a signalman in the 46th Nottingham Division, had just met a girl called Simone in the Belgian town of Lescun when the orders for the withdrawal came through. He was worried about what might happen to her.
The last time I saw Simone and the mother and father were pulling a cart and taking the belongings, and they're joining the millions of people that were walking on the top road away from us, you know. I'll not forget that day. It was terrible. I thought afterwards many times that if I'd have had my wits about me and any sense at all, she could have got dressed in soldiers' clothes and I could have taken her around on the bike and got her across to England, you know. But anyway, that's how it happened.
More than 60 years on from the events at Dunkirk, Bob Pendleton returned to the beaches to meet Georg Lehrmann, who served in the 20th Artillery Regiment, one of the German units pushing the British troops back through Belgium and France. They met in front of one of the many memorials commemorating the Dunkirk evacuation.
Hallo.
Hello. Very pleased to meet you.
Es sind viele Jahre her.
Many years have passed, but this will be a good memory.
Well, the point is it's been a long, long time.
It was many years ago, but nevertheless, there were bad memories, but now, a good one.
I never thought I'd shake hands with a German, but honestly, it's great. Thank you very much.
I
am very pleased to be able to come here, and that there has been no war for such a long time. But when I think about what was done here, then it gives me a strange feeling. Men firing at other men who cannot defend themselves. That is the reason I came here, and to refresh the memories.
Yes, yeah, it was more or less that way. Yeah. When I came over here, originally, I was issued with 12 bullets, 12 4.5 bullets. I didn't have a gun, I just had the 12 bullets with nothing, and a motorcycle. That's what I came over with one Bren gun in a battalion, with nothing. And then we were supposed to fight the Germans. Just impossible.
Throughout the middle of May 1940, the German army of which Georg Lehrmann was a part raced through Belgium and France. General Lord Gort withdrew the British forces to a final position along the canal line of the rivers Isère, Scarpe and Aar. He'd hoped that help would come from the towns of Boulogne and Calais, but Boulogne fell into German hands on the 24th of May, while Calais, despite an epic defensive action by the 1st Battalion of the Rifle Brigade, was captured 2 days later.
First of all, we saw the Stukas and the explosions from our artillery. But it didn't last long. It lasted about 2 hours, and then we had to stop firing, and I was given the order to drive into France.
In Richtung Frankreich zu fahren.
The position looked hopeless for the British Army.
We didn't know what was going on. I suspect that nobody did. And we were a bit scared of these Stukas that kept dropping the odd bomb here and there. But nevertheless, this disillusionment and fear, I don't think in any way prevented us from carrying out our normal soldierly duties.
We would withdraw during the night, about an hour after everybody else had left already. So it was a very lonely business, waiting for an hour to elapse before you could withdraw yourself. And then withdrawing through the darkness, terrified of losing your way, arriving at a new position behind another river, digging in the early hours of the morning and during part of the day, waiting for the German onslaught, and then doing exactly the same the following night.
6 Frenchmen pulled me up with their rifles. They said, "Anglais parti." I said, "No," I said, "we're here." I didn't know about Dunkirk then. "Oh, parti, Dunkirk." I said, "How do you mean Dunkirk?" They said, "Anglais parti." And that's the first I knew about evacuation from Dunkirk. This would be about 10 days before we got there, before I got there anyway.
They had a powerful, seemingly unstoppable enemy in front of them, and the North Sea at their back. In Britain, there were dark predictions that perhaps only 50,000 men from the entire army could be saved. With more than 4 times that number of British troops in France, it did not look good. The British Admiralty soon realized that to evacuate more than 200,000 troops from Dunkirk, it would need a larger fleet of ships than was currently available. It was now that a desperate appeal went out to all owners of small boats to come to the aid of the Royal Navy. This flotilla of little ships made Dunkirk the stuff of legend. Every conceivable type of sailing craft, yachts, fishing boats, pleasure boats, steam packets and barges turned up on the south coast or in the Thames estuary to help with the evacuation. They were to play a major role in the coming days. Meanwhile, the net began to close still further on the British, Belgian and French troops fighting to keep the German army at bay and to head towards the beaches.
Two of us had stayed behind to blow up an obstacle in France. And as we were blowing it up, we could hear the German troops marching down the road. And my colleague and I hid in a ditch and covered ourselves up while these German soldiers marched past, singing the Horse Wrestle.
Every foot, every yard of ground was contested, and gradually the number of casualties among soldiers and civilians alike began to increase.
I passed in a house, a large house it was, and there was a soldier at the door, and he called me over. He said, "Is there anything you can do for me?" I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, I've got all these men in here." I said, "Well, get to Dunkirk. Oh no, he says, they're all wounded. I said, I have no means of getting them away. I just didn't know what to do about them. I said, there's nothing I can do about them, sorry. But it was not a nice feeling.
The Stukas came down and bombed the convoy, where many, many horses and men were killed, and it was a dreadful sight.
The lorries, for example, and the guns, they weren't just left standing, they had been tipped over, and from that you could tell that the men who had used them had needed to get away quickly. They'd been driven into ditches and tipped over.
There was a great deal of bombing at this time, Stuka dive bombing, but principally on the roads against the refugees, which was a horrible sight. The bombs would come down and they would run in all directions, and very often they would get hit, so that you would have women and children lying dead in the roadway amidst all their belongings over the very road which you had got to drive in your trucks. And so you obviously did your best to avoid running over anything, but it was just constant all the way back really to Dunkirk.
This was a critical point in the evacuation. The unrelenting German attacks could have destroyed the Allies caught in northern France, but Hitler made a key decision that helped the Allies in their retreat to Dunkirk. Because he needed to conquer the rest of France, Hitler wanted to rest his armies, and on the 24th of May, he ordered a temporary halt to the Fourth Army's advance. They were to take 2 days to rest and resupply. This gave the Allies a crucial breathing space. With the lull in the fighting, the thoughts of some German soldiers turned to plundering their newly conquered territory. But the breaking of army regulations or any displays of indiscipline was swiftly dealt with by the German army command, as Georg Lehrmann witnessed.
In a town close by here, we had a break for 4 hours one night, and in the morning we had to line up, and one of our soldiers had forcibly raped a girl at gunpoint, and we all gathered together at the town hall marketplace, and he was executed the same day. A measure to ensure that all soldiers knew what was going on, that during the war such acts would be punished by death.
There was one other factor that persuaded Hitler to order a lull in the fighting. This was the assurance by Hermann Göring that his Luftwaffe could and would destroy the Allied troops in the pocket around Dunkirk on their own from the air.
We started moving towards Dunkirk. We knew where it was for 2 reasons. We could see the pall of smoke emanating from the burning oil refinery there, and also, to be quite honest, it's a case of follow the Stukas all the way to Dunkirk.
They arrived in waves. The same ones flew over repeatedly. All we heard was the wailing siren. It dived and boom.
During the unexpected respite, there were other crucial developments that helped the Allied cause. Captured German orders revealed a plan to attack in an area between Ypres and Menin, and General Lord Galt was able to send reinforcements, thereby thwarting a breakthrough that could have spelt disaster for the Allied evacuation. In Britain, experts began to unlock the secrets of the captured Enigma coding machine, meaning that as the Germans rested, Galt was able to receive their decrypted messages. All of this helped to ease some of the pressure on the Allies.
We were beginning to get really very tired I think at the age of 18, 19, 20, you haven't got the stamina that you get later. And it's very difficult to keep awake. And a typical example, I was bringing up the rear of my platoon late one night, and the column came to a halt, and we weren't moving and weren't moving and weren't moving. So eventually I got out of my truck and walked forward to the front of the column, and there was my platoon sergeant and his driver fast asleep in their truck.
I lost a bit of weight. I come down to 9 stone. I was 11 stone when I started. I came down, I'd lost 2 stone in weight, and a bit thin, gaunt. But otherwise I was all right, you know, it was just a matter of keeping going and getting to eat what I could.
By the time hostilities were fully resumed on the 27th of May, the Allied defensive positions around Dunkirk had been fully organised, and the first troops had begun to sail for home. It was not before time. On the same day, Belgium formally surrendered. Inside the defensive ring, however, was a mass of seething humanity. 360,000 British, French and Belgian troops, alongside more than 250,000 civilians, were packed into an area totaling less than 100 square miles. Military transports, trucks, tanks, lorries lined the lanes and streets in their thousands.
I shall never forget my first views of the Dunkirk area. It was like a vehicle scrapyard. There were disabled vehicles lying on either side of the road with barely room for people to get through. And it must be borne in mind that all this time, and with all this movement we made, we were hampered by the refugee columns streaming away from the Germans.
Wir haben gesehen, wie die Stuckers da reingefahren sind und wie die Leute.
We saw the Stuckers fly in, and that the men had left everything lying around. We saw all the vehicles and the trains. Everything had been abandoned, so the men must have run away. We saw it all. The officers probably knew as little as we did, but we were sent in. We were told that we had to prevent the English departure.
Das Ausrücken der Engländer verhindern.
With the pocket gradually being reduced by the German pressure, Bob Pendleton was ordered to go to Berg, a town 10 miles from Dunkirk, to deliver a message telling the troops there to fall back.
I came in over the bridge, over the grass verge, parked the bike on the right-hand side, looked round, everything was on fire. It was devastation, it was absolute chaos. There was nothing moving about, and the whole town being on fire, everything being blazing. I had to get towels and wrap them around my head. I used the canal to dampen the towels and wrap them round so that I wasn't affected by it. I had to walk from leaving the motorcycle to the town hall, get down to the cellars, get these men out, inform them that they had to get to Dunkirk. The only way they could do it was walking.
With the Allies in such disarray, the Germans seemed to somehow hold back. Why the Germans didn't attack all parts of the Allied defences more vigorously is a mystery that's remained for the last 60 years.
I felt they were about probably 8 miles away, 8 to 9 miles away. I thought they'd just come through and capture us and take us, because we'd nothing to defend ourselves with. So it's just a matter of waiting for them to appear. But they never appeared.
The Germans made rapid inroads to the south, but strangely, in the centre and to the north, hardly advanced at all. There is one outlandish theory that, to secure a swift peace agreement with the British, Hitler deliberately allowed them to make their dramatic escape from Dunkirk.
I think there was a bridge over a canal, I seem to remember, and there was a defensive position had been built up there. In fact, one of my best friends who I joined the army with, he got killed there a bit later on, holding the bridgehead while we all evacuated ourselves from the beaches. So not everyone got away from Dunkirk.
From the 26th of May, the great rescue of the Allied forces at Dunkirk began. While British and French troops fought to defend the town itself, a remarkable fleet of ships had arrived off the French coast in order to ferry the besieged troops back to Britain.
You came eventually in sight of the sea, and there was this great pall of smoke to our left, which was Dunkirk, the oil tanks and so on blazing there. And then in front, there were these great lines of soldiers up to their waists and necks, stretching into the sea.
The fleet included more than 40 British, French, Belgian and Dutch ships of all types. From destroyers to minesweepers, sloops to personnel ships, all came to aid their allies in their desperate hour of need. And of course, there were the famous little ships, more than 900 of them, in all shapes and sizes. For the little ships, though, it was certainly no pleasure cruise. From the skies above came the German dive bombers and machine gun fire. From the shore came the shells of the German artillery. Georg Lehrmann was in an artillery regiment that had been ordered to prevent the Allied evacuation.
I'll be honest, I cried. When they said that we should fire into the men, you can't do that. They had no weapons, nothing at all. And we were able to fire with artillery, we had rifles, and the infantry was there as well. They had no means of defense. They had thrown away their weapons. They weren't running around defending themselves. They were on the beach and trying to reach the boats.
I remember coming across a French soldier that had obviously just been a bombing raid. He had one eyeball hanging down his cheek, and he was screaming for help. And I was not much good at coping with a situation like that.
There were queues and queues of men waiting to embark. In fact, that was one of the reasons we thought it might be a bad place to be. And the area was being bombed all the time. And so we moved down about 500 yards away from here, dug into the sand dunes and waited.
The first thing we all wanted was some sleep. So we got into the sand dunes and we went to sleep. And people often say to me how awful the dive bombing must have been. So we slept through. I think we must have slept for about 24 hours. We were so tired.
The sailors of the privately owned volunteer craft put their lives on the line as the great evacuation continued. The cost was high. By the time the evacuation officially ended on the 4th of June, nearly 250 of the small craft had been destroyed, almost a third of those that had taken part. The most successful day was on the 30th of May, when 53,000 men were ferried back to Britain. Many small ships made the journey across the Channel several times, as the German Army and Air Force continued to pound the unfortunate souls on the beaches who were waiting for their turn to embark.
All they wanted to do was get away from the beaches and get over to England. That was the main thing. I mean, the point being, there were so many men, it was just impossible to move without them. Loads of them, all over the place.
Wir haben auf dem Hügel hier oben gestanden.
We stood up here on the dunes and watched the men trying to get away in the boats. And it was difficult. Bob spoke about it. They couldn't land properly. They had to go into the water and then into the boats, and that took time.
Und dann in die Boote, das dauerte alles.
Some soldiers who thought that they'd reached safety on the escaping boats soon found it was a case of out of the frying pan into the fire.
A couple of destroyers came inshore and we joined the queue of men embarking on these destroyers. However, we chose the wrong one because hardly had we set sail in the destroyer when it was hit. A direct hit from an aircraft, and all the forecastle of the destroyer was blown out. We were fortunately on the deck, and many men were wounded. However, another destroyer, and I remember the name of it now, it was HMS Malcolm, came alongside, and we were able, to be honest, throw the wounded across to the Malcolm and eventually scrambled across our channels, and we set sail.
In these most trying and dangerous of circumstances, the troops maintained an almost superhuman discipline, even though for some it was 3 days before they were able to leave the shore.
I met the adjutant of our battalion on the beach. And he said, good to see you. Right, get your platoon off back to England now. And I said, right, sir, how do I do that? He said, use your initiative. So, Second Lieutenant Martin was then faced with how to get his platoon of about 30 soldiers back to England.
Before Bob Pendleton could leave the Dunkirk beaches, his brigadier gave him one last message to deliver to the British troops holding out on the defensive line. It was time for them to leave and get to the beaches.
I went up to this farm, turned right at the top T road, went to the farm, no sign of anybody, except the farmer and his lasses. So I went back again to the old man. I said, they're not there. He said, well, they won't retire. I said, they must have done. So he shook my hands. He says, try again, lad. So I went back up there, turned right at the T road. They're right in front, 50 yards away. They advanced to the German SS, with the machine guns, sight cars, everything, you know. So I didn't take any more to do, but I turned that bike down very, very quickly and made sure they weren't following me. Got back to the old man. I said, well, I know they're not there now. He says, why? I said, because Jerry's are there. Oh, he said, I thought they might be. He said, we can now go to Dunkirk.
By nightfall on the 1st of June, real and spectacular progress had been made. Only 3 divisions of the British Expeditionary Force remained ashore. By the following day, they'd all been evacuated.
We started off rowing towards a destroyer we can vaguely see silhouetted against the night sky. And suddenly, when we were about 400 yards away from the destroyer, we heard the anchor chain coming up, and we could see it in silhouette. See, it was swinging round and heading towards England. And with that, a padre who was sitting in the middle of our boat, I don't know who he was or where he came from, suddenly leapt to his feet, flung his arms out like that, and shouted, "Lord, Lord, why hast thou forsaken us?" And 40 soldiers, as one, shouted, "Sit down!" Because as he leapt to his feet, the thing rocked like that, water came sloshing over. And that great shout echoed across the water to the destroyer, which came and picked us up.
The defences around the town were being manned only by French troops, who fought doggedly on against the great tide of the German army. It was only a matter of time before they were engulfed completely. On the 3rd and 4th of June, British ships returned to rescue as many as possible from the beaches. Bob Pendleton was one of the last to leave.
There's some French fishing tracks on the pier. They were the only ones that could get in. All the pier was full of blazing ships from one thing and another, you know. Over there I was, by that pier. That's how we escaped. The pier had been blown away. 10-footer blown away completely. Built up by some planks that we found, rode a motorcycle over, and that's how we escaped. Climbed down the side of the pier, these broad beams, very slippy. I did about 5 trips on the motorcycle, and then I let the motorbike go into the sea, and I tried to climb down the pier. As I was climbing down, I slipped. I was about halfway down, and I fell. And the fisherman caught me and into the boat. And that's how we got away.
Everyone realized that it was senseless. The men at the guns didn't see it, but the infantrymen, they stopped. And I noticed that less and less guns were firing.
Inevitably, Dunkirk fell, and the final troops were evacuated on the 4th of June. Even so, some 40,000 Frenchmen were left behind. Operation Dynamo, the evacuation of Dunkirk, had been a relative success. Given the gloomy predictions of late May, it was incredible that 338,226 Allied troops had been borne to safety. 139,000 of these were French and Belgian.
We came back to England, landed at Ramsgate, and got up to the top of the, to climb up the pier, got up to the top, and there was the lass there with the WW2's wagon, 3 or 4 girls on. Come on lads, come on, cup of tea, and jam sandwich. And it, you know, it was marvellous. Beautiful was that jam sandwich.
When we got to Dover, we were a bit punch-drunk. We didn't really know what was going on, any more than anybody else knew what was going on. And as I say, we were just extremely grateful to see these wonderful ladies coming along and helping.
We felt thoroughly demoralised and awful. We'd run away. Our fathers had fought for 4 long years in France and had never given way. And we'd been in action for a fortnight. We'd hardly seen any real fighting.
No matter how the returning troops felt, there was understandable joy and relief throughout Great Britain that so many had escaped. Harsh reality soon tempered people's enthusiasm. The country was now at the mercy of the Germans. Although Britain's army had been delivered virtually intact, almost all of its equipment was still in France, in the hands of its enemies. all tanks and transport had been lost. 2,500 guns, 70,000 vehicles, and 500,000 tons of ammunition had all been left in the wreckage of Dunkirk. It had been a victory to boost morale, but little else.
We were all marched off to the gymnasium and told to sit down on the floor. And there was a gallery overlooking the floor, and out onto the gallery strode a full colonel with a red cap. And he said, "Welcome home, heroes of the BEF." And we thought, heroes? And he went on to talk at some length of what a wonderful show we put up against overwhelming odds. And by the end of it, we really felt very much better. So that, in fact, when we eventually got home on leave, we were greeted everywhere as heroes. But I knew in my heart of hearts we weren't heroes at all.
The Dunkirk saga also did little for Anglo-French relations. The Vichy government that was soon established in France coined the phrase perfidious Albion, as it accused Britain of abandoning its allies in an all-out attempt to save its own army. Many think this an unfounded slur that denigrated the heroic efforts of the evacuation fleet and insulted the memory of those that had given their lives. Winston Churchill attempted to calm Britain's euphoric mood in the wake of Dunkirk. Wars are not won by evacuations, warned the new Prime Minister, as he tried to prepare the country for the dark days ahead. The events at Dunkirk were, however, truly extraordinary, and those who lived through them will never forget.
Frightening, but uplifting. Uplifting because of the spirit of the people on the beaches.
Everyone talked about the miracle of Dunkirk, and it seemed to be a miracle that so many of us got off. It was a miracle the water was so calm, that the weather was good, and that the Germans didn't try and launch the final killer blow, which they could have done so easily, I felt.
This is the first time I've been back. And for me, there are, of course, good and bad memories. I look at it like this. The war was not necessary. We didn't know why the war took place.
I looked on it as though we'd been defeated in France, which we were. And then afterwards, as the war went on, you realised that you were going to win eventually. Well, that was a great feeling.
I hated the Germans.
There were nothing else but rubble. Nothing else but rubble.
I would not like to have been a German at the end of that bombardment.
Most of us thought once the bombing had finished, so the battle would finish, but the battle didn't finish. It only just started.
Normandy, Dunkirk, among the bloodiest conflicts of all time. Arnhem, El Alamein. In World War II Revisited, we go back with soldiers who fought on both sides of those battles. Men who 60 years ago were implacable enemies, but who meet now, sometimes for the first time, at the scenes of some of the most horrific battles of the Second World War. In this program, an Englishman and a German come face to face at the Italian stronghold of Monte Cassino, where thousands of soldiers died in 1944, but where they survived.
And the shells came down, the mortars came down, and they didn't even leave the dead alone.
You were dicing with death all the time. Well, they were constantly shelling this place. It's his fault.
So we're in the position, basically, we were doing what you were doing to us, and we were doing the same to you. Can't be any real winners, can there?
Cassino is a small town on the front which the Germans had set up in southern Italy, the Gustav Line. High on a hill was the now landmark 6th century monastery, towering over the valley below, and a fortress which stood between the Allies and the route to Rome. If they could break the Gustav Line at Monte Cassino, they could march on to the capital and take Italy. So Monte Cassino was vital to both sides. It symbolized the battle for Italy, and it caused death on an enormous scale. The Commonwealth War Cemetery is one of several below the rebuilt Benedictine monastery of Monte Cassino, in the valley of the River Liri. It took the Allies 3 long months to reach this spot after they landed in Italy. But it would take 4 separate major battles from January to May 1944 to overcome this massive German rock fortress. Soldiers from America, Britain, New Zealand, India, Canada, France and Poland all fought the Germans here. The Americans were the first to take it on, but found they were unable to get close enough to penetrate its natural defenses. And the result was stalemate. The struggle for the strategic stronghold of Monte Cassino took place while in the rest of Europe the D-Day landings were being planned. Normandy was closer to home. It holds more powerful memories and is more often remembered. So many soldiers who fought in Italy felt that their ordeal was overshadowed by the Allied invasion of France in June 1944, and that they had fought a forgotten war. The Allies started the invasion of Italy when the British 8th Army crossed the Straits of Messina on the 3rd of September 1943. Less than a week later, on the 9th of September, the American 5th Army landed at Salerno. When Hitler's ally Mussolini was overthrown by Italian partisans, the German dictator had thrown German troops into Italy. Now he declared that the territory should be staunchly defended, if necessary, to the last man. This fierce, renewed German resistance was what made the Allies' progress through southern Italy so slow. By the end of December 1943, their advance had come to a grinding halt at the Gustav Line. The direct route to Rome lay along the valley of the River Liri, but this was blocked by the strong German defences in the mountains around Monte Cassino. The first American-led attack cost many lives and got nowhere. But the Germans too had suffered serious casualties. They needed to hold their mountain fortress at all costs to prevent an Allied assault on Rome. And so their most elite force, their paratroopers, were called in to bolster the flagging infantry. These were the battle-hardened, much vaunted Fallschirmjäger. Among them was young German Robert Fretlaw. Fretlaw is unusual in that after the war he moved to the UK and now speaks faultless English with a Teesside accent.
The first time I went to Cassino was when we were moved from the Adriatic to Monte Cassino, because it was getting a bit too hot for the infantry. So they moved the Paras in.
I personally think that the German paratroopers were the worst people you could ever meet. They wouldn't give an inch and we wouldn't give an inch, so it was hard all round.
Monte Cassino turned out to be Fretlaw's last stand. When the monastery finally fell, he was wounded and taken prisoner of war. After the war was over, he moved to the northeast of England. Now he's completely lost his native German accent and, as you've heard, has a completely different and distinctively Teesside voice. But that doesn't stop him feeling a deep sense of loyalty to the parachute regiments of the Hermann Goering Division, in which he served back in 1944.
There's a saying, Paras never died, they go to hell and regroup, you see, because they're all, regardless if you're French, Italian, German or British, a para is an elite.
On the British side, John Williams was serving as a captain with the Royal Artillery on the front line. He'd already witnessed at close quarters the grim reality of war at Dunkirk, and this had seriously hardened his attitude towards the enemy.
I hated the Germans. That was when my hate went. I'd seen such terrible things, and that was controlled my faith, the hate of the Germans. And although I knew they were praying, probably the same as we were, I felt that God knew the terrible things that they'd been doing, and therefore they couldn't win.
But at Monte Cassino, John experienced even greater horrors that have stayed with him for the rest of his life.
If I was involved in perhaps picking a person up and trying to put them body together, as did happen to me at times, then it did affect me, and it affected me badly. There was an instance where I tried to put a soldier's intestines back into his body. And as fast as I tried to put these intestines back into his body, they were slipping out through my fingers and running down my arms. There was an Indian lad with a brain gun barrel which went right through the front of his head and came out to the back of his head, and that affected me badly.
On the German side, Robert Fretlaw equally experienced the horrible realities of life in this dreadful theatre of war.
The ironic thing were, there were bomb holes out there, and all the dead which were collected, they used to go in there if they were Germans, British, New Zealanders, Poles, they were in there, some lime over the top, some soil, just to get them out of the way. And that's how it were.
Now, many years after the battle that they both somehow survived, former German paratrooper Robert Fretlaw and British artillery captain John Williams come face to face for the first time.
Hi there, my name's John Williams, British Army.
It's a
really
poignant
good to
but
see
rather
you.
stiff encounter between two old soldiers who once felt the hatred born of the need to survive, and whom you suspect that even today can never realistically quite bury the hatchet of 1944.
How the heck we got out of Monte Cassino, I just don't know. But I must have had a guardian angel up there.
Well, God was on my side, and I guess he was on yours too.
With German artillery observers perched high up on the slopes of Monte Cassino, they could direct their artillery fire with murderous precision on any Allied vehicles that moved on the plain below. John Williams had to run the gauntlet twice a day to reach the front lines.
We basically, for months, lived underground. You couldn't move in daylight if you had to, and unfortunately I had to do it every morning and every time at night, dawn and dusk, and I had to go back to my battery HQ, and then we played cat and mouse with the artillery, German artillery.
There was a main road leading up to
the sort of mountain area, which was again obviously under observation by the Germans, and they'd shell it every now and then. And there was a crossroads there, and I remember there was a policeman in a hole in the road with just his head at road level, waving people on or off. And you'd go down there in your Jeep. I think it was called Murder Mile. There are a lot of murder miles about.
I had to do this whole stretch twice a day in daylight. Once in the morning, once at night. You can imagine for all those days, weeks actually, the horrendous trip it was, because your guys were trying to get me along this mad mile, as we call it, but it's much longer than that. And without the fact that God was on my side, and the fact that I would brake and then swerve and then perhaps put the foot down on the pedal very hard and try and get in front, somehow I survived. The nearest that actually landed was 20 yards away from me.
For Robert Fretlaw, the Allied shelling was every bit as bad.
You came to a crossroad and then you went into the ditch, waited and counted the shells coming over. And it used to be one, a pause, and then all of a sudden 1, 2, 3, a pause, 1, and then 1, 2, 3, and then you were off, because you knew the next one would be just 1.
Among the other deadly hazards for both sides were the ever-present dangers of mines, booby traps, and snipers.
Snipers with their telescopic lens were absolutely killers, because you could imagine that they couldn't possibly see me, but they've only got to see that much of your head, and there's a bullet through your head. And the bullets that they fired at us there, although we threw ourselves into the ditch straight away, you could feel the vibrations and the heat as it goes past your cheek.
I must have broke the world record in sprinting over and over again, because you must realize a bullet flies a lot faster than you can run. On every stone, every little stone, it was like a big boulder to you, and you dive behind there, you know, to take a little bit of cover. And I was lucky.
We've heard how the Americans were the first to be thrown in at Monte Cassino. US troops were deployed in Italy only with the greatest reluctance. General Eisenhower would have far preferred all the Allies' reserves to be saved for the Normandy landings in a few months' time. And so the Americans fighting in Italy were never as well supplied as the ones in France, and often lacked the same training. John Johnston, then a young private in the US infantry, recalls going to fetch water at a villa behind enemy lines.
We got our water, and on our way back we came under fire. And stupid things, we didn't take any weapons with us. And we were under their fire. That was close to, I was really frightened at that time. We were laying behind a little olive tree, and the German was picking away at the bark. And the sergeant we had, one time Wilson, he guided us back. He told us when to run and when to hit the dirt, and when to run and when to hit the dirt. And he's doing it well enough, because the area we left moments later, seconds later, mortar shells were lobbed there where we had been.
There was always shells whistling and bullets all along. And the bullets whistle. They're a long way away from you. Not like they do in cowboy films, you know, when it whistles, they're next door to you. They're not. They're a little bit away. The ones what don't whistle are yours.
The mountain, Monte Cassino, gave the Germans a view across the land for miles around. It towered over the Allied troops, and the Benedictine monastery stood as an ever-present threat to the Allies, an all-seeing eye that watched them wherever they went in the valley below.
There's this domination of the monastery. It had a huge psychological effect. For example, when the war had moved on to the north, I went back to try and find where someone had buried one of our officers.
And as I was walking up the old track, no, not a German within 50 miles. As soon as I saw the top of the monastery, I found I'd moved off out of sight under cover to the right. Then I realised, well, I mean, no, you're a fool, what are you doing this for? But it just had that influence, even some months after the war had moved on from there.
Because of this obsession, which all the Allies had, the fear of it, our artillery were firing smoke shells here to try and screen below the level of the whole of the building, so that the observation points could not see what was happening below.
In February 1944, the Allies decided it was time for a second concerted attack on Monte Cassino. Commonwealth troops would take part in this new offensive, the New Zealand Division and the 4th Indian Division under General Bernard Freyberg. He took the controversial decision to support this second ground assault by bombing the ancient monastery. But would he succeed where the Americans before him had failed? General Freyberg's decision to bomb the monastery at Monte Cassino was a controversial one in the wider world. The Germans insisted they had not fortified it, nor put any troops into it, although few on the Allied side believed them.
There was a lot of discussion as to whether it was right to bomb the monastery. We knew they were in it, although they said they weren't. But if they weren't in it, they were just outside it with their OPs, observation posts.
General Freyberg gave the order for the bombing to take place on the 15th of February 1944. That day, Robert Fretlaw was in the valley behind Monte Cassino with his German parachute regiment.
I think they came over from the south, from Naples way, flew over, and then they did a big bend and came around, and then the next thing we heard this rumbling. Well, to us, we didn't know what they were bombing, and then we found out it was the monastery. When it was bombed, then they went in here. And that's when the 4th Regiment came in here. And actually with the bombing, they did a favor. They made it into the biggest fortress that ever could exist. Just look at the size of the walls. They're 2 meters thick, some of them even more.
But controversial or not, the bombing failed to achieve its sole objective. It didn't help the Allied troops on the ground at all. The Indian Division had been given the job of taking nearby Monastery Hill, but were beaten back and sustained very heavy losses. The New Zealanders did manage to gain a foothold in Cassino town, but were overrun by a German counterattack. Both were effectively sitting ducks. Two Allied offensives had now ended in failure. But Freyberg refused to give in because too much was at stake. He ordered a third assault for the 15th of March, 1944. The plan was for the New Zealand and Indian divisions to lead a two-pronged attack from the north. One would go into the town and the other just above it along the lower slopes of Monastery Hill, because he felt the drier ground would allow tanks to support the infantry. On top of that, to combat German resistance in the town itself, he would also attack it from the air with hundreds of heavy bombers.
On the 15th of March, we were still down there before we came up here. They flew across there again and did a big U-turn and came over and flew along the bottom of the hill and bombed onto Cassino.
It was not only the Germans in Monte Cassino that felt the full force of the bombing on March the 15th.
The New Zealanders put up their sign to commemorate American precision bombing, Cassino 4 miles, and they even bombed, I think, Alexander's headquarters at another little town way back. But having said that, from the air, you get a mountain and a church or something on the top, they all look very much the same.
When they bombed it, they did the Germans a hell of a favor because that town were absolutely annihilated. And there were more craters what the moon had on there. And then on comes the German tanks by the hundreds. They just got so far up to the crater and that was it. They couldn't get any further. They were stuck. And then the New Zealanders, after hours, they were trying to come in. By the time the German parrot took themselves out, the ruins, after the bombing, and sat on top and waiting for them to come. And as they were coming, they were just picked off like rabbits.
John Johnston knew how difficult the New Zealanders' job would be because he'd fought in the first battle at Cassino.
We hit the dirt and we fired back at things, not knowing if anything was there. I didn't see anything, so I didn't fire anywhere. And that's when I saw our BAR man roll over to reload his weapon, and a German hand grenade, a potato masher, flipped and fell, and he rolled back on top of the grenade, and it went off. And then the sergeant, he rose up on one knee to fire his weapon, and he fell over, and he says, "I'm hitting the leg," and he had one bullet in his leg. And so somebody was firing from close by, so I reached for a hand grenade, and I went to reach for the pin, and I looked up, and a German hand grenade came over and landed on my left side, just 12 to 18 inches, caught up in the brush. And I saw it, and I rolled over, and it went off. So I rolled back, and I went to pull the pin out of the hand grenade, and my arm felt funny, but I says, I'm hit too. We can't see them, and they know exactly where we are. And perhaps we better just give up. So that's what we did. We were interrogated, and I always carried my birth certificate. And my father was born in Britain, and my grandparents immigrated to America. He took them back. And my mother was of German. She was born in Chicago, but her name was Schwartz, and which is a German name. And the interrogator said to me, "How come your mother German married an Englishman?" And I said, "Well, I don't know, but if you let me go, I'll go home and ask her and let you know."
The battle for Cassino town dragged on throughout March 1944 as casualties mounted on both sides. The number of dead and wounded became so high that both sides actually stopped fighting to clear the battlefield, as Robert Fretlaw remembers.
And the war stopped, and actually the wounded were, we borrowed stretchers to get the wounded back. They helped the wounded on either side, whichever nationality they were. And then the stretcher bearers from the other side came back, brought the stretchers back to the Rocananula. And then they went off and they waited for a while, and then the war started again.
The battle for Cassino was not only physical. There were also attempts at psychological warfare. The daily German shelling of the Allied lines didn't always result in heavy explosions.
the Germans would fire sometimes shells which contained leaflets, and these would all scatter down over your position. And one of the leaflets was really addressed to English troops, showing about, or alluding to the fact that the American soldiers in England having a high time with their girlfriends and wives, etc. Well, they were out there, you know, in the battlefield.
Although the Allies had gained some ground, the human cost was becoming too great. General Freyberg decided to end the Third Battle for Cassino on the 24th of March 1944. The Allies had taken parts of the town and Castle Hill, a strategic point on the ridge halfway between the town and the monastery. But the monastery itself remained solidly in German hands. In its bombed-out shell, Robert Fretlaw and his paratrooper comrades continued their dogged resistance.
What you see here is the old courtyard. Well, I remember it from 1944. This one, nothing else but rubble, complete rubble. And there's a door there, over there, which leads down to the gangway, which leads to the main entrance. We lived down there, we sheltered down there.
John Williams was in a similar situation. He was in an observation post on Monte Trocchio, a large mountain across the valley from Cassino, and the German guns were targeted squarely at his position.
When I went up there with a field telephone, all heavens opened up on me, and I was subjected to the most horrendous onslaught for nearly 4 hours of Mebelwerfers, mortars and shells. Got hit on the wrist and drew some blood, but it wasn't bad. I wrapped a bandage around it, and then a few minutes later I got hit on the back. And the shells were coming in fast and furious, and some were so close that I was being blasted by the force of the explosion.
Eventually the bombardment stopped. I still couldn't see anything because of all the smoke and the haze. And then out of the mist and this haze, my colonel came up. And he came up slowly, and I think I was so pleased to see him. I'm probably more pleased than I've ever been in my life. And he got up there and he looked round at the place. He used to call me Billy, and tears were streaming down his face. And he just said, "Billy, I am so sorry."
But John's ordeal didn't end there. When he eventually came down from the mountain to rejoin his unit, he found his own men on the ground had also suffered heavy casualties from the German artillery and mortar fire.
My officer had lost both eyes. 8 of the men were in a crucial situation, and so I was ordered to take over and try and sort out the problem.
And I felt I'd just got to get my men out of there. They couldn't do anything. The response was nil. And that was when so many of these dead bodies were being blown into smaller bits. So I got back very quickly to brigade headquarters, found that area we shouldn't be in anyway because the Germans had retaken it, and they told me to get my men out as quickly as I could.
With every day that passed, the front line began more and more to resemble the static Western Front of World War I. The supreme Allied commander in Italy was General Alexander, and it now fell to him to come up with a plan to break this deadlock where others had failed. The Allies had been stuck at Monte Cassino for 3 months, and now General Alexander ordered a 4th attack to try and break through the impregnable German lines and advance on Rome. He now moved the British 8th Army in secret across Italy to join the American 5th Army. This meant that the Allies outnumbered the Germans at Cassino by 3-1. The Polish corps of the British 8th Army was now given the unenviable job of trying to take the monastery, where previous attempts had failed. John Williams was ordered to liaise with the Polish troops up in the hills around Cassino, but to reach them he had to pass through the camp of the Goumiers, a fearsome band of French-Moroccan soldiers.
We were told that they were paid extra money by the amount of German ears which they took off the dead Germans and kept in these leather bags. Because they apparently were taking off 2 ears from 1 German and getting paid for 2 Germans instead of 1 German, they were changed from collecting ears and they had to collect German penises. Now, I've got no way of knowing whether this was true, but you can guess how I felt. I thought, well, what's the difference between a German penis and an English penis? And every time I went through, that was going and coming back, I was in fear and trepidation that they would do that to me.
General Alexander waited patiently throughout April 1944 for warmer weather that would bring an end to the floods and provide firm ground for the tanks and clear visibility for Allied air power. He planned an attack along the entire length of the German line, from the coast to the mountains. There were to be no more desperate attacks along narrow corridors 1,000 meters wide. The Germans would have to defend against a coordinated assault along 20 miles of battlefront.
April were very, very quiet months. Oh, you were shelled and all this, but nothing much of an activity going on. But that was due to the Allies' build-up. They were building up with the forces.
There was going to be a massive, massive final attack from Cassino to the coast, which was going to involve 14 different nations. On our particular front, which was from Cassino down to the east of St. Angelo, there were to be 14 river crossings made up of bridging, pontoons and boats.
The attack began on the 11th of May, 1944. At 11 a.m., 1,600 Allied guns opened fire, and the offensive was underway.
I sat on top of the hill there, and there were no shells, fog shells in the valley. And we thought there's something funny here going on, because you could see the town and all. It was quiet as a mouse, nothing at all. So we thought something is going to happen, but what we didn't know. Then all of a sudden, at 11 o'clock, all the hills over there is like somebody there switching lights on. That's when about 2,000 artillery pieces started up firing.
Can you imagine what it was like when they all started firing? Your ears were shot, your noses were full of cordite, your throat was in, and the heat coming from was just unbelievable.
Well, the unfortunate thing is I wasn't on the receiving end on the other side.
You were, and I have to say this, and I put in my diaries, I would not like to have been a German at the end of that bombardment.
For the next 2 hours, 4 major attacks were launched, from the coast 20 miles inland into the mountains. On the extreme left, next to the sea, 2 American divisions attacked, but were pushed back. Slightly further inland, however, 2 French divisions began breaking into the mass of the Orinci Mountains. In the Rapido Valley, where the first unsuccessful battle had taken place, British and Indian troops were forcing their way across the river.
We were smoking the whole of the river crossing right from, for a distance something like 11 miles, so that we could enable the engineers to put bridges across. Very vulnerable, of course, from enemy fire. You had to screen them in some way, so we had to have 4 pits to every crossing, to this side, to the other side, to allow for wind changes. And we had canisters which burnt for 8 to 10 minutes, smoke canisters, 47 pounds. And our problem was getting bridges across. The German firepower was so horrendous not only machine guns, but mortars, shells. Nobody could really survive, and in consequence, we didn't get bridges across. The boats that went across first of all were riddled with bullets. The guys drowned in the water, and we only had one, although we should have had 14 crosses going in H+1, dawn of that day, we only had one going across.
German machine gun, mortar and sniper fire from the town of San Angelo held up the advance of John Williams' unit, and Allied troops were sent in to flush out the defenders.
When the Gurkhas eventually took St. Angelo, after a 15-minute bombardment, when the artillery put over 2,000 shells, and I went across and I found the emplacements were just unbelievable. They were 3-foot thick reinforced concrete, down below ground. They had even electric light. They had field telephones, tins and tins of food. They could have stayed there for months and months. So our bombardment really didn't make much alteration to them. Probably gave them great headaches, but that was about all.
When we got across the Rapido, we harboured up again before we went through the full British division, and it was all the time it was under a smoke screen, and it lifted. And Jerry blew the daylights out of us in this field. And then you realise then that it wasn't going to be so easy as everybody had told you it was going to be.
On the extreme right, the Polish troops found the mountain defences just as powerful as ever. But now they had 2 divisions and could attack the Germans on the ridges on either side, where the Indian troops before them had failed. They began to make real progress, but it was the French attack in the centre-left, through the treacherous Orinchi Mountains and towards the Liri Valley, that finally began to break down the German defences.
The night of the 17th of May, when we got the order to pull out, so we went down the little slope, and then, as you can see the monastery up there, up to the monastery. And that's where my career as a soldier finished, up there.
The Germans were already under enormous pressure from the British, who were crossing the Rapido River. They fell back 6 miles to their next line of defence. Finally, the German order came down to abandon the monastery. But it was too late for Robert Fretlaw.
2 shells came, then 2 of us were out and then run. And then as I was coming round the bottom there, by the bend, that's when one of the grenades exploded. And when I woke up, or when I got my senses back, all my left-hand side went. And then I crawled up here and went down into the crypta, which I knew were a first aid post. This spot here used to be the first aid post. Well, it wasn't in the condition as you see it now. And as far as I remember, there were only one way in. They were down these steps, past the main wall. That side, we were all buried with the rubble that came down when the basilica collapsed. And actually, 3 of us laid there in front of this altar.
While Robert awaited his fate in the crypt, the Poles carried on their struggle up the mountain slopes towards the monastery.
They had a terrible time because they were given the worst job up the right-hand side of Monastery Hill, which was all stony. You couldn't dig in when you fell down, you lay down, you had to. The ground was too stony to dig. They fought their way up and were driven back and fought up again. They finally got there.
Now I do remember very, very, the great feeling inside you when we'd fought our way halfway up the valley and we stopped and we consolidated our positions. And that morning we looked up and everybody was saying, look, look, look. And on top of the monastery flew a red and white flag, which was the Polish flag. And we looked up and down the mountainside come the Germans with a white flag to surrender. And that was the fall of the monastery.
I still had my belt with my pistol with an 08 on me.
Right.
So for safety's sake, you knew you were going to be taken prisoner of war.
Quite.
So you know how to dismantle a pistol.
Absolutely.
We dismantled it, and that's the window there. We throw the lot out, you see.
Robert, the German who now has a Teesside accent, was taken prisoner by the Polish troops on the 18th of May 1944, while the victorious Allies entered what remained of the town of Cassino.
I suppose it was one of the most closest fought battles and the most vicious battles of the war, but it's never been accepted as such one of the most vicious battles.
Well, what do you think that is?
Unfortunately, it fell at the time when D-Day came and that overshadowed everything and we became, I suppose the word, second-class citizens. We became a second-class show, and that's why it was never, ever, the euphoria of D-Day overshadowed a lot of it.
Despite the savagery of 4 months' fighting, there's no obvious bitterness between the former British soldiers and their German counterparts. The veterans of the British Army still respect the dogged determination of the German paratroopers.
I have to say I admire the German soldier. I think he was very efficient in everything that he did. We had the greatest respect for them, and sometimes I guess we had a bit of fear too of them.
Individually, and especially on reflection, I mean, they fought well and they fought properly. So, I mean, if I met one, I'd shake him by the hand, if he's a paratrooper or someone like that.
We can forgive one another, can't we?
Obviously, we have to do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
the world wouldn't be the same if we don't, you know. You can't keep on and on and on and on and say this and that and other.
No.
It's too long. It's 56 years ago that we're meeting now.
Yeah.
56 years, people don't realize the time. That's 2 generations.
The Allied capture of Monte Cassino had been hard fought. The fighting had been savage and had cost thousands of lives. But it achieved its intended result and cleared the way for the eventual liberation of Rome on the 4th of June, 1944.
I got through, and thousands didn't.
I will never forget, of course, those people that went. I still do remember those comrades, and not only those comrades, but their families.